And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2023 National Interclub Sevens competition. We're broadcasting live from Naenae Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, and I'll be joined a little bit later on in commentary by Dave Worsley. But for now, I'm just going to talk you through who we're going to watch in this first broadcast round, and it is, of course, the Auckland team playing the Gisborne team. The Auckland first one is Philip Rowbottom and Leif Selby. So Phil leading for Leif in the pairs, and they're taking on the Gisborne team of Jeff Pinn and Charlie Yor. The pairs takes place over 18 ends, and it's going to be the main game that we will watch today. And at the top right of your screen, at some point, you will see a little thumbnail. There we go, there's a thumbnail. The singles match between Jamie Hill of Auckland and Sean Goldsbury of the Gisborne club. Should be some good stuff. These players have already played one round of bowls this morning. And you can see there, this is the Gisborne lead. Jeff Pinn on the mat. He's a fifth-year junior on his backhand. And Charlie Yor making his way down to the skip. Pretty pleasant weather conditions here this morning. Not much of wind, and the greens here are always nice. Of course, the venue for a couple of events over the last season, including the World Champion of Champions Singles, which was held here. And here, Phil with his first bowl. Not really a bad start. And this Jeff Pinn again, that fifth-year junior from the Gisborne club. As my co-commentator, Dave Worsley, joins me this morning. How are you feeling, Dave? Pretty good?
I'm feeling good. It's also some good bowls action over this entire weekend. I mean, we've got, what have we got? Action today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and also Monday as well.
Yes, yeah, plenty of stuff. There's bowls left, right and centre in New Zealand. The Oceania Challenge, of course, taking place at Blockhouse Bay as we speak, between, I think, 7 island nations.
That's right.
With an under 26 team as well, and they're from New Zealand, so they'll be broadcast the finals day of that on the Monday, but the immediate focus at the moment is the this National Interclub, which we see in front of us here.
It's quite a nice second coming in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good shot there from the Gisborne lead, whose name is Jeff Pinn. And this the Auckland lead, Phil Rowbottom.
Now, Alex, since we haven't spoken to you, that much since your trip to Australia, perhaps you can just give me a little summary of how it went in Australia.
Yeah, gladly. They were long days. But it was the multi-nations, of course, for those who aren't aware, was held in Australia, I think 2 weeks ago. The multi-nations is like a practice lead up to the World Championships. The New Zealand team performed admirably. A woman won the triples and the pairs, and as such was sort of awarded the best performing female team of the entire championship.
How did the Australians take that?
I don't think they were that pleased. Just brilliant as a New Zealander. And the men did well too, with a number of placings. And from those 7 men and 7 women, the selectors have made their decision for the World Championships. There's an article available on the Bowls New Zealand website, and those teams are out, the 5 men and 5 women selected.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to ask you. Is perhaps later on this afternoon we can go through the men's followed by the women's at different times and really fill people in on who was selected and who perhaps didn't make it. And there may be some conjecture over that, but certainly I think with the people who were selected, they are the form people. The form players.
Absolutely, it was.
Let's have a look at this, Alex. Who we got coming in here? It's quite tight.
It's a great first bowl there from Leif Selby. Now, Leif is an Australian. He won the World Championship singles, I think, in 2012, and is now domiciled in New Zealand. Has been for a couple of years. Very classy bowler. He turned up and won a New Zealand Champion of Champion pairs in his first year of bowls in New Zealand, so very classy. And here's Charlie Ure on his backhand side from the Gisborne Bowling Club. That's a good first bowl.
Well, I've got to say, for our first bowls, we're looking pretty good.
Yeah,
great development.
You'd be happy with that for sure. And I think we'll see a good game here, really. They're two, Auckland and Gisborne are two bowling clubs with a lot of history, Dave. And you can usually tell how old the bowling club is by how specific their name is. So the Auckland Bowling Club is the oldest. Look at this here from Leif Selby, front touch.
It's a little touch.
Beautiful stuff. The Auckland Bowling Club is the oldest bowling club in New Zealand, formed in the 1860s, and it's called the Auckland Bowling Club because it was the only bowling club in Auckland at the time. Now we'll just watch Charlie, you're here. They might see some aggression from Charlie, I feel.
Looks to be going through the gap. Notice he didn't have much of a swing there.
No, it was all on the follow-through. Oh, well, it was a result. And we'll just see if it's going out of bounds, that jack.
That back ball yours.
It's a thick accent.
The back ball yours.
No.
So you can see there, it's not quite gone out of bounds, Dave. Yeah, that yellow mark to the left of your screen
look at this short one here, mate, close.
dictates.
Now, of course, Alex, it is 18 ends,
Yes.
not points. And obviously just early stages at the present time.
Yeah, so what the players are doing, this shows you how deceptive a camera can be. That bowl at the bottom of your screen is actually to the left of the yellow peg at the top left of your screen, going straight down, because this camera is from an angle.
If you understood that.
I didn't know. As I was saying it, I didn't understand it. But the players are trying to ascertain the bowl that sits to that one that's just been picked up. They were just trying to see if it was inside the rink or outside the rink, Dave. That was that conversation. I could have made it make more sense, but I'm not sure how.
In the meantime, also in our screen to the right, in the upper right there, Alex, what have we got? We've got the singles, and who's the singles?
Yes, that's the singles matchup between this Auckland and Gisborne side, and it's Jamie Hill from the Auckland team taking on Sean Goldsberry. Now, viewers will remember Sean Goldsberry's name, and you will have seen him play in the New Zealand Mixed Pairs semi-final.
Semi-finals, yes. And his father was quite active, I think, texting through to... I think, who do we have on there? Mr. Beale, and
yes,
putting through a lot of messages.
Yep. Yeah, and a well-known bowler in the Gisborne region for sure.
So a lot of discussion here. And are we getting the tape measure? Yes, we are.
Oh, the measure. So we see Leif's bowl.
This is early on too.
Yeah. Kick right into gear on this first end. So essentially, lots of talk. What's great about this is all the players have play on mic, so we can we can hear what they're saying. So that's the Gisborne bowl measuring against Leif's bowl. So I think it's 1 to Leif.
One down.
And one to the Auckland team there. So first blood goes to the Auckland club.
And we did see a very aggressive bowl in the singles. Seems to have split things up a little bit. Yeah,
it's a good thumbnail to keep your eyes peeled on. There's a contrast in experience there between Jamie and Sean, although Sean's been a sports person in his own right. I think he played volleyball for New Zealand.
That's right.
But he's in his second or third year of bowls, and Jamie has literally been playing outdoor bowls at the highest level for 20, 30 years, and his father's one of the legends of the sport. So a contrast in experience there, but it could be an interesting game to watch because bowls is one of those games where the amount of time you've been playing doesn't necessarily reflect how good you can be, and Sean will be feeling like he's competitive there.
Or your age either. You can still. What's our oldest junior? Quite old, perhaps.
Yeah.
Now, going through what we have here, we have singles, pairs, and fours.
Mm-hmm.
Singles, obviously, well, not obviously, but to points, as the way singles is. And pairs, 18 ends. And the fours?
The fours is to 15 ends. So the Interclub is very similar to the Intercentre event, but on a slightly smaller scale. So with the Intercentre event, your centre, which is made up of clubs, selects teams to go to this national final.
So let's have a look at Auckland. You've been from Auckland at the moment.
Yes.
How did Auckland get there?
Oh, they defeated my club in the final, Dave. I was there. I lost to this pairs team. I was skipping against Leif Selby. So every centre holds an interclub competition.
And what was your club, by the way?
Point Chevalier is my club, yeah. So the Point Chevalier team didn't make it through.
So you could have actually been here
Yeah, commentating from the rink.
Exactly.
You could have had me mic'd up, but no, it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be, and they deserved their win. So every centre holds an interclub competition. It's up to them how they run that. It's their decision. And then they provide an interclub champion to participate in this national interclub event. So
and how long has this event been going? Approximately.
Good question. I think since about the 70s, this event. So it's been a really big part of the calendar for 40, 50 years. As I said, very similar to the Intercentre, and people get quite parochial. You want to support your centre and your club, and to win it is a great honour for sure.
Now, Alex, as we look here, just at the early stages of the second end in well, we're looking at the pairs. Just at the early stages, what about some of the other clubs? We've got a couple of newbies that are in there. A couple of clubs that perhaps haven't been there before, or it's quite a rarity. I mean, for Auckland, I would expect that they've been there a number of occasions. However, some of the other clubs that have, well, you wouldn't always expect them to be in there.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, although Auckland's been there a lot in the past, they've had a renaissance of sorts. Right. So Auckland sort of is newish to this event. There are a few. I'll tell you what they are in a second. And you can find all this information, of course, on the Bowls New Zealand website, Dave. There's a link there. It's called the National Interclub Hub, and you can see the team list. But names that stick out, your St Heliers Bowling Club from Auckland and the women's. They've got a strong women's group, but that's traditionally been dominated by Carlton Cornwall. So they did well to get through. In the same space, the Raumati Bowling Club from Kapiti Coast will be competitive.
Let's just have a look at one of the bowls just coming in at the singles, and that is incredibly close. That's beautiful, but it seems to be the closest there. No one else really within curly at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be a good game to watch. Now, we will have to pay attention because they've all got club stickers, but I'm not sure how different the club stickers are. So just sort of pay a bit of attention here, and we can see.
At the moment in the pairs,
it's a loose end, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, really? Very compared to the previous one. This one's quite short, and there goes one bowl in the singles just been knocked out the way. In the meantime, let's have a look back to the pairs. Of course, it was Auckland just taking the one on the first. And at the Naenae Club, this is one of the modern clubs, I guess, that's held international events previously.
Yeah, certainly. They've got a 40 metre by 40 metre indoor facility as well, which is brilliant, and a few.
Well, that would work well for you. You're an indoor bowler, I guess, more so than anything else.
Yeah, indoors easier, which is why I prefer it. But that's okay. It was interesting there. We saw Leif full up short too. We've got those 4 bowls that are a metre in front of the jack at 12 o'clock. I wonder if it's sort of uphill this way, or if there's like what do you call it? A headwind, perhaps.
A headwind. Well, there's a bit of a breeze that could be coming up.
And I think that indoor facility is being used as in use for the Interclub as well, Dave. We did see it used at the end. There's another short bowl. I think it is probably uphill. And the results, of course, are on their way on to the website, Dave. So if people want to check out the results from round 1.
And we're looking at the pairs again, and we have a couple of bowls just coming in behind, which is, I guess, what you want to see.
It's fascinating to see that those 5 bowls a metre in 12 o'clock direction. And it's the first end going in this direction, I think.
Such a smooth, relaxed sort of style that we see there from our left-hander. No good on that one. And quite close there, Alex, between the singles and the pairs. It can be a little bit deceiving.
It's quite cool as a club to be sort of next to your club.
Yeah.
You get that little bit of momentum going. So the singles and the pairs teams will see them support each other. Leif Selby walking away from that bowl. That's a rare one for Leif. He's not often that short. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, Dave.
Yeah.
That's not usually what happens when he lets go of a bowl. So we're going to see Charlie Ure try and jump on this on his forehand side because he's a left-hander, so to his right's his forehand. He's got a chance here.
That's the late turn. That's actually, oh, gee, it just sort of pulled up. Looked to have the right turn.
I think what we'll find with Charlie, and one to the Gisborne team, so we'll square after two. I think what we'll find with Charlie, with his bowls, if you look at them, they're sort of what we think of when we think of the traditional lawn bowl.
Right.
Solid black, and they'll be of a slightly older model, which means they may turn more than we expect. So when you're watching it come into a head, it's going to swing across quite a lot. So for every foot that it goes forward, it's going to sort of turn a foot at the same time.
Well, that was a discussion that we've had previously about the more modern bowls and how they're used for, I guess, more straight bowling.
Yes.
And the older bowls do have more of a turn.
So as the sport's gone on, our bowls have taken less and less green, although it's bouncing back in the other direction now because it was realised that if you have a very straight bowl, every imperfection in your green is going to affect the path of the bowl. So it becomes hard to put it where you want. So we're getting slightly swingier bowls again, and just keeping an eye on that.
On the
Score
singles.
at the top right in the singles.
Well done, Jeff.
And this here, Jeff Pinn, I think he was part of the Gisborne run something called the Burton Cup.
Burton Cup?
Which is one of the most magnificent looking bowls trophies you'll ever see, Dave. It's this huge mounted like silver thing. It's a classic event.
Well, it's as long as it's not quite like the Tri Nations Rugby Trophy, which they built to the wrong measurements. And I've held it. It's several feet rather than inches as such. And
that's
yes,
brilliant.
And I remember Sean Fitzpatrick having to lift it when he won it. And that was like going to the gym and bench pressing. I've also seen it filled with alcohol at NZR, and it took 8 bottles.
I'm sure something like that would never happen there.
And that day when I was working there, it did.
Now,
it wasn't me. But that is a great bowl. Look at that, just lined up beautifully.
So from Jeff Pinn, I think he was part of the winning team, was what I was trying to say, of the Burton Cup, and I think
Right.
it was a family team as well. If you just go for a look at the
hands on hips on this one.
Gisborne thing.
He knows he sent it too far.
Yeah, and this end, I think he's put. There's one in the ditch and one to the left as you see it. So Jeff Pinn here, well and truly, is setting this head up better for his skip. So Leif with some work to do if Phil can't salvage with his third bolt. And Jeff just taking his time. Nice delivery there. So he's put 2 bowls close. I think he just put 3 bowls close, and pray to your gods, really, Dave.
Well, let's see this one come around a little bit short this time.
Yeah, a little bit short.
So how do you feel this particular green is running?
It looks like it's going nice enough. Every green has a couple of inconsistencies, but you don't put 2 bowls. You see Jeff's 2 bowls there that are within a few inches of each other. That's really hard to do on a poor green. So I would say it's running nicely enough.
This is too strong again by the looks of it.
Yeah, he'll be willing this bowl to stop, Phil.
No, it's
that's
ditch.
That's poor leading. He'll be
Yeah.
disappointed with that. He wouldn't have felt like I like Leif. He's just having a smile there. He wouldn't have felt like he had overplayed it. So what you try and do, even if you don't get the shot as a lead, is Phil would have been thinking, at least if I finish past the jack and on the rink, I give Leif options, because if he knocks the jack back, I've got a couple of shots.
So tell me, for anybody who's just joined us, in the yellow and the blue, who have we got and which clubs?
I thought you were saying there was a yellow and blue shirt, and that was very confusing.
No.
The yellow shirt, which is this guy, isn't it, Charlie? That's the Gisborne Bowling Club, and the blue is the Auckland Bowling Club, and they've both got very, very long histories.
It was one of the things that Kevin Hicklin and I talked about, was the best T-shirts during the Intercentre, best uniforms, and there was a very nice one from Taranaki.
I would agree with that. I think they're the nicest uniform I've
good
seen.
to see. Some effort being put into some of the intercentres, whereas here we've got the traditional blue for Auckland, and I guess you could say it's black and yellow for Wellington.
And look at this here, Leif Selby crossing over under as much pressure as you can cross over, as a skip. You know, he was 2 down on the head. He had no back bowls. Has opted just to try and draw the shot and nearly done it.
Yep.
So the reason he's saying that is you don't want your skip to knock up that white bowl that you see of Leif Selby's.
No, we've maybe got 2. 1. Okay.
Yep. Now, I did say the colours of Wellington. Of course, it's not. It's Gisborne. They're in Wellington.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that. So well done, Dave. That's good stuff. And Charlie on his backhand now.
And it looks as though in the singles we are 2 each. Let's just wait for that score to be updated. First to 21 in singles.
Yeah, it should be a good game.
3-2. There you go. Just in little multiples of 1 at the present time. We've got a little bit of aggression coming through, it looks like. No?
No, he just following after his
it
bowl.
was just
It didn't look like
following
it, though, didn't it?
It did.
He's just looking to make that touch. That was beautiful weight there from Leif Selby. He's cut it down to 1 now.
It's just down to the 1, yes.
That's a masterclass in building ahead.
Well, he was told that, wasn't he? He was told, it's just 2 at the moment. Don't go too far.
If we look at how much safer it now looks for the Auckland team,
Yeah.
Leif having put those 2 bowls there, that's brilliant skipping, really. And Charlie here on his backhand side. So Leif now has a decision because it'll be tempting. The bowl that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack, he could get a 3 here. You know, if you just add another 2 or 3 feet of weight, roll the bowl that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack out, sit there for 3 yourself. It's a 4-point swing. This is a big bowl. I know it's end 3 of the game, but in the context of how the teams are feeling, if Leif can pull this off, he'll be pretty pleased with himself. And conversely, Gisborne will be thinking, how have we dropped a 3 here? So that's the intent here from Leif Selby, and he's on a good track. How's his weight?
Ooh,
He's close.
Did it touch? It did.
Oh, just did draw the shot then, Leif. That's absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it was almost as if it was going to just roll a little bit across too much, and it looks as though we've had a bit of a turnaround.
Unbelievably good. That was incredible. So he's drawn the shot, so it's 2-1 now to Auckland after 3 ends.
I mean, it's slow going on the scoreboard. That was precision bowling.
Oh, particularly when you think about what the crossover was like. A lot of Pear's teams, if they were Auckland, would have dropped a number there. Just see where that jack ended up in a second. There we go.
Yeah, wasn't overly happy with it.
I think Charlie sat directly in front of the camera, which is why.
Indeed. Just a couple of those other teams that are relatively new in again, Alex. You did mention St Heliers. What about some from around some of the other centres, some of the other clubs around the New Zealand region?
Yep, certainly. So if we go to the men's side of the draw, Cobden Bowling Club from the West Coast.
Which one, sorry?
Cobden.
Okay.
Cobden.
And whereabouts on the West Coast is that? I might have to do a quick search myself.
I presume they're in Cobden.
That wasn't quite the question, but
that's all I've got for you, Dave. So
okay, we'll check that out.
It's one of the cool things though, because every centre puts forward a team, so there's just a wide range. Hikarangi is the one from Northland. They are representing Northland. Paikokariki from the Kapiti Coast in the men's side. So there's just sort of teams from everywhere descending upon Wellington. And a shortish end here, really, if we look at where the jack's being thrown. And keeping in mind...
well, we're going to have to recheck on that Compton.
Cobden.
Oh,
Cobden.
C-O-B-D
something.
Okay,
Cobden.
We're going to check it out. And this is no disrespect to Compton, but we will check it out and give a bit more info. We're happy for you to actually let us know.
I have a recollection for Christmas time, as we see here. Oh, Jeff Pinn, just trying to trail the jack. For Christmas, we did a Bowls New Zealand parody of I've Been Everywhere. And I'm pretty sure in the second verse, Cobden is mentioned. And then Mount Wellington is the next one, I have a recollection. I only know that because you had to practice the verses a lot of times or it all just turned to rubbish. This is great stuff here from Phil Rowbottom. If you think about his previous end where 2 bowls ended up in the ditch and one was nearly out of bounds, he's come back and put 2 bowls within 1.5 feet of the jack. That's good stuff coming in this direction.
Right, well, we've managed to go through for Bowls West Coast, and let's keep people informed. Bowls West Coast of the clubs, we have Blaketown, Cobden, there you go. Doesn't actually say where it is, but we'll come up with it in a minute. We do have Dobson, Greymouth, Hokitika, and Karoro. So there you go. Those are the bowls clubs on the West Coast.
Fair enough.
Been about half a dozen.
And
great to have a representative from that region.
Cobden, obviously, the successful team on the men's side there. And the women's as well, so they had a dual win.
Oh, wow.
Both their women's and men's interclub. Leif Selby now on his forehand. So we saw Jeff Pinn's last bowl, Dave. He was trying to rake the jack to the right as we see it, but he got a slice of hell and it went to the left. The positive is that he sort of reset the head, so that they've got plenty of room to draw. If anyone is wondering, Leif Selby uses Drake's Pride bowls, which are, I mean, they're not rare to see, but they certainly aren't as common in New Zealand as your Henselites, Taylors and Arrows would be, but he uses some Drake's Prides, and I'm pretty sure they've got his cap number on them from memory.
And of course, Cobden is a northern suburb of Greymouth.
Oh, right. We all knew that.
I think it's great that everybody knows, and my friend Andy Thompson, who lives there, will give me absolute grief about it, about being an arrogant Aucklander. And of course, we have the jack over
it's shot out, it got shot over to the side by the...
This is going to work.
Oh, close, Leif.
No, not quite. Is it going to sit down?
If he had hit that three centimetres harder, he was fine.
Yeah, there we go. It's set down. Let's have a look. I wonder if we can get a closer angle just to see if how close it is compared to the... Here we go. I've got the finger.
Brilliant. He's very close to drawing the shot there. Charlie Yours bowls at 6 o'clock to the jack. He'll just do the same thing again, I think. Just play on his forehand side. Try and put another bowl close. He got around. His bowl swing enough that it actually get around. Watch this. That red bowl there. Oh, he's going underneath it. Okay. You do you, Charlie. He's looking to remove the white bowl.
Oh. How did it get through a gap like that?
It staggers me in bowls.
It does.
I just don't understand. There's a gap.
And doing a little bit of a survey around.
So I think, Leif, it's a measure for shot here. There's not really a way to remove the black bowl that sits at 6 o'clock without getting the jack first, and Gisborne has the back. So Leif is just going to make a correction on his forehand side, see if he can draw around his bowls to that bowl at 6 o'clock. And he may have given this...
But surely you would have gone on the other side where there's the obvious big gap. I mean, it's worked. Ish.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. You heard the growl.
I think Leif wouldn't have been able to get past that red bowl that sits. We'll have a look at the head in a second. As Charlie Yor tries to make his correction. So we see the head in a jiffy. That red bowl that Charlie's going underneath. And he's going to pick the jack up. That's a good bowl from Charlie Yor. I'm not sure if Leif's bowls to dead draw underneath that would be challenging, whereas he played 2 bowls on the forehand already, and that's probably the reason, Dave, is he'd played 2 really good bowls. So it's a smaller correction, instead of switching to the other side. But a great bowl there from Charlie Yor, popping the jack back, and we'll see how many that was worth for the Gisborne side. Lots of pointing. And lots of measuring going on as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh goodness. I broke someone's measures doing that once, Dave, because they've got quite a fast
recoil.
and I didn't catch it in time, and it was raining, and just the tip of the measures just came flying off. What was that?
Well,
so we'll just have a look for an indication from anybody.
Let's just check on whether it was just the one. No, it can't have been just a one. Let's have a look at the scoreboard being changed, and we can not quite see it. Maybe a 2 on that one. We'll let you know in just one moment. In the meantime, in the singles, though, we do have 5-4 up to 21. And who are our singles players there? We have Jamie Hill from Auckland and Sean Goldsbury from Gisborne. At the moment, a bit too tight to call.
Yeah, it's a good game really progressing there. Sean has been he's still a second or third year junior. Has been making waves, you would say, in the New Zealand bowling scene.
Who would you say would be the favourites in both the men's and women's? Is there a distinct favourite when you look at on paper, that is?
I would say for the women, it's the Nelson Bowling Club.
Always seem to be mentioned, don't
and
they?
They have Joe Edwards and Val Smith, who are,
of course,
legends
of the game.
It doesn't need any more explaining. And for the men, the Elmwood Park Bowling Club, I think they're going for a three-peat.
Oh, really? And who was in that team that you can name? You can have a look
Gary
up,
Lawson's, Kelvin Scott, Lance Pascoe, Nathan Glasson, Liam Ethorn.
And that is another who's who of bowlers around
people.
New Zealand. Certainly very experienced bowlers.
Steve Ditfit, some. Absolutely. So there's those are probably the two clear favourites. But one of the cool things about the Interclub and the Intercentre is you can have your weekend, and it rewards teams. There's that saying: a champion teams will always beat a team of champions.
Yep.
It rewards teams that have a good, as we see, a drive.
Boy,
just
was
about
one heck of a drive there to the left, and that would have been in the was that in the pairs? I think
that was a singles.
Oh, single. Sorry, we're looking the other way.
I think what it was a try. So yeah, the team culture is a big part of the Interclub and the Intercentre because you end up as a team being put under a lot of pressure as the event goes on, and those who are good friends tend to deal with the pressure better. What a great shot there from Phil Rowbottom. The last time he came in this direction, he had 2 bowls in the ditch and one just about out of bounds, so he'll be very pleased with that as a first bowl. Pin here on his back end for Thea Junior. Unlucky, says Charlie. As long as he's stayed on the green, that's fine. You're not too worried about that.
Very nice, relax swing there. Nice bowl, nice delivery. Seemed to relax.
Yeah, he's a good bowler as Phil. Pretty steady. It seems to be easy coming in this direction, Dave, just to overcook your bowls a little bit. We've seen a lot of bowls.
We've seen that, was it the last end at this one?
Yeah.
A couple going in.
I wouldn't say it's downhill, but it certainly, maybe the wind is on at their backs, maybe just sort of.
Oh, Alex, you can see there with the singles, they're having to zoom in on the camera because it's the jack is so far up the green.
Well, that puts paid to that theory, doesn't it?
It's so far up the green. You can see it of the main screen to your left and of the small boxed screen. It's quite a way up. Well, it seems to be.
Certainly is on that shorter jack as they zoom in again, and we see Phil, the Auckland lead here, look to make it 2 on the jack. That's the right line. How's your weight?
Well done.
Seems to be happy. Well, he gets a well done.
Yeah, that way they've seen to pull up on you, hey?
That's good insight there from Leif. So you said that way they seem to pull up on you, and he was indicating towards the club. It's very unlikely in outdoor for it to be a levelling of the green issue, but certainly if you have a light breeze, you can notice a difference in the weight going in one direction and the other. And the challenge, of course, is that the wind direction is going to change over the game. So as players, you have to try and pay attention to how the weight is feeling and then figure out if it's you or if it's the conditions.
So, Charlie, you're just with such a limited follow-through.
It's intriguing.
Yeah. How he gets any power at all.
It's an intriguing delivery style. We see a few of the older bowlers. Let's look at this one. Look how much it turns at the end.
It's not bad.
It's a good shot. He may have drawn the shot there. I'll talk about that. Ask me again in about 40 seconds after this end is finished, Dave, and I'll give you the reason why I think people have that sort of delivery. And here, Leif Selby on the back end. He's such a classy bowler, this man.
And also just looking to the right of the screen at the moment on the pairs, it seems to be a little bit cut up or a little bit dark there. Is it just
the green?
Yeah, the worn patches?
I think it's been a bit damp in Wellington. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was water-related
right.
On the green.
I think a fair bit of the country has been suffering from that.
Yeah, some dampness. We see Charlie Yaw switching to his other hand. So that shows you how much his bowl turns, because he doesn't think he can get underneath Leif Selby's bowl that sits at 2 o'clock on your screen on the draw.
Now, Alex, before we come to your explanation about the follow-through shortly, I could say that our Game 2 this afternoon, North East Valley, will be up against Hikarangi Bowling Club.
Yes.
It should be a couple of interesting clashes there as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be our Game 2 later on this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it'll be good stuff.
What are we looking at here?
Well, now Leif has blocked both hands, and Charlie's got second and third. I wonder if he'll just go the shot bowl. No. He switched back to the forehand, though. So both hands, what I mean by that is the two white bowls are both sort of in the draw line for Charlie. So he's going to have to play more weight like he is now, looking to trail the jack back. Missed it underneath, and I think it's going to be at least one to the Auckland team. As Leif makes his way back to the head, and he'll have to decide. I think he'll stay on his backhand, which is to our right as we see it, and just try sneak underneath that white bowl at 2 o'clock and draw the shot. He's got a bit of room. He'll back himself to do this.
And in the singles, it is Gisborne taking the lead. Well, by 7-6, first to 21.
Leif just looking at this bowl. He's got the weight right. Look at that swoop away.
There does tend to be on that side just a bit more of a swing in. So on the backhand side, more of a swing in than the forehand, right?
Yeah, it does. And Leif very disappointed with himself there. He would have expected himself to certainly get that last bowl. Going to be more measures. So while they're measuring, I'll explain what I was talking about, Dave. So we talk about the greens in New Zealand and how fast they're still pretty quick, but how fast they used to be. And sort of in the halcyon days of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, our greens were 20 seconds and up, which is very quick. So that means that the amount of force you had to give the bowl was minimal. And that was the time where we saw what we call static deliveries, where someone would take a step and then swing their arm. Mike Kernahan still has a static delivery. So all the weight is just coming through the arm, not the body movement.
Almost like a lever.
That's right. And also the smaller back swings, because you didn't require a huge amount of weight. It was actually easy to be heavy by mistake. So we saw a lot of deliveries be very efficient and sort of designed to work on those really fast greens. And a lot of players have kept those deliveries because you stick with what you know.
So what was wrong, and wrong perhaps been a little bit too strong with the fast greens?
Nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with them.
So what was the change? Why was the change?
It was a lot to do with the conditions. So we used to have grass greens, and the grass greens would die and get rolled, which is why the greens got so quick, because essentially I think we've spoken about it before, essentially what was played on was compacted, dried out clay that used to be grass. So they were super fast because of that reason. So the things that we used changed to some water weeds. But also, I think you get a better game of bowls with a slightly slower green, because it's easier to play. It's certainly an easier game, but because it's an easier game, the heads are tighter. And because the heads are tighter, there's more shots to play. In the older days, it was you did draw, you drove as quick as you could. Now we have a variety of shots that can be played more often.
Now, this particular end that we're playing to is actually the end where the players haven't had as many issues as such.
Yeah, it seems to be the heavier direction. So we saw on a long end they were falling short. But on this length of end, it should suit them quite well. And you can see the coverage on this end is pretty reasonable in regards to you can't see much dirt sort of popping out. And the weight there, good from both Phil and Jeff. And Phil here on his forehand making a correction. So his weight's perfect. So you're just about taking that little bit more green and hoping your bowl's going to come back into the head, which it is doing here. That's a good bowl there from Phil, a really good bowl.
It was a nice test as well. He'd gone from one side to the other, really given it a test, and for anybody, for both sides, that they can actually see that, okay, we've seen he's gone to one side, now he's gone to the other side. Now we know which one's going to work. And as you can see, he's been followed up as well.
Absolutely. And now we have Jeff Pin here on his forehand side.
Probably needs to go a little bit wider.
Yeah,
It's not bad, though.
They're so frustrating to play as a bowler because it's really close to good. It's like really close to something that you want, but not quite.
Like that. And for you, Alex, you have indoor this weekend?
Yes.
You're playing indoor this weekend for Point Chev, or is it someone else when it comes to indoors?
I'm tootling down to Waikato for my indoor bowls. So going there on Saturday, I'll be playing the Waikato Centre Fours and leave the calling of that up to in the capable hands and voices of John Macbeth and yourself. I'll probably tune in after I don't qualify.
Well, no, you've got to be confident. We'll maybe find some way of keeping up to date on your scores. I'm sure tomorrow we'll hear a lot about...
I'll avoid it at all costs.
I'm sure tomorrow we'll hear a lot about Raumati and how it's potentially the best club in New Zealand, according to John Macbeth.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
Well done, buddy.
And you can see here just the closest bowl is perhaps to the 7 o'clock.
Yeah, they're reasonable. It's a reasonable group of bowls, isn't it? It's just sort of, they're all a little bit narrow. And that game at singles, it's a great one to keep your eyes on, Dave. There seems to be stuff happening left, right and centre there in that thumbnail to the top right.
Yeah. As we race on up.
Leif Selby on his forehand.
And that singles has moved fairly quickly.
That's a very good bowl there from Leif. And the pressure just building. Auckland leading 4-3 over Gisborne, but they're holding, I would say they're holding 4 shots here. So this is going to really test Charlie Yor. Is he lining up for, it's hard to see with his delivery. On his forehand side, yeah, with weight. I thought he was playing with weight. This could get a very good result here, Dave. A little feather off that one and all the way back in. Oh, nearly good.
And just to update on that singles, why the score went up so dramatically, it was a 4 to Jamie Hill on the last end. So he went from 6-7 down and taking it up to the 10. So into the double figures, going to 21 in that singles.
Yeah, Jamie, one of the most talented bowlers ever to hold a bowl, really. He can
Just
make
the
them
particular
talk.
style or what he comes up with?
He's just amazing.
Okay.
Just amazing. He can
I
play
like
any shot in the book and then some that aren't written down.
Now let's see if we can get a shot just over the top on the next one there, so we can see which one's the closest in this pairs. There we go, the short delivery.
We're going to
Bit of a
see
flick this
aggression
one.
here from Charlie. He's 4 down on the head. He's looking for the jack in the ditch, and he's close.
Oh, nudges
just
it.
a snick. That's a gutting result for the Gisborne team because there's now no longer a pack of bowls to hit, Dave. You know, before he could be within a foot and get a good result, but he sort of spat the jack out to the left. A bit unlucky there, Charlie. That was a good bowl.
What do you want?
See what Leif wants to do.
Okay.
A few mutterings.
You almost don't want to get one close here. You want to count, but if you put one next to it, you're just going to encourage Charlie to hit a bigger target. We call it
for the drive.
Yeah, we call it leaving gaps. You almost want to just leave a couple of gaps and go, look, we're holding 4 shots. You've played 2 run shots. Good luck.
Which is the hardest thing for perhaps some younger competitors, because naturally you want to go close to the jack.
Yeah.
Just about, well, every bowl, don't you?
Yeah.
Except at these occasions, you don't want to go that
Yeah,
close.
this is a good time to leave a gap. Because if Charlie plays a perfect draw shot, you've dropped 1, which is okay. If he misses, you're likely to pick up a number, whereas if you put a bowl next to it, you're just encouraging him to hit, and he's close with the hits. So gaps left here for the Gisborne skip, and Charlie under a bit of pressure on his forehand side. He's played 2 run shots. He's on the draw. He's looking at it like he thinks it's close, Dave, and that's because it is. Look at this here from Charlie.
Is it going to hold up?
That's a lovely bowl regardless. He's cut it right down. Good shot.
It should be just the 1 now, we believe.
Yeah, it'll be either 1 to the bowl at 6 or 1 to the bowl at 3. There we go. 1 to that bowl of Phil.
And we're going to come back with the next end in just a moment as we keep on watching both the singles and the pairs. So looking here at 4-3 lead to Gisborne in the, well, it's 6 of 18, so it's ends there in the pairs. But when we go to the singles, though, it's the first up to 21 and 11-7 at the present time. Auckland against Gisborne, there was that 4 that really helped Jamie Hill just zap up and get that lead.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex, is this what you expect? You were saying that Jamie Hill is just a magician with the bowl.
Yeah, Jamie would have gone into that game. I mean, he's a favourite in almost any singles game he plays in. I can't, off the top of my head, I really couldn't give you someone I wouldn't back Jamie to beat in a game of singles.
Ooh.
Because to that 21 points, it just gives you a bit of time, and he is that good. So Jamie would have gone on the favourite. Sean doesn't know when he's beaten.
Right.
So
that's a nice little clash, isn't it?
It's unsurprising that it's a close game, really. So Sean would have gone on with no worries at all. But Jamie would be the favourite on paper because he's a known name, and from that Hill family, his father Neville Hill is a great bowler. They both played for New Zealand, and the dynasty continuing with his son as well. Now we've got, this is Jeff Pinn here on his backhand side. It's been a pretty steady sort of competition between all 4 players, really. Leif has shown a bit of brilliance a couple of times, I think, Dave, which is why Auckland is leading 4-3. But other than that, it's been pretty even, really. And look at this here from Jeff. That's a great shot. What a bowl.
Is it touched? Ooh, almost kissed it.
Yeah, lovely shot. And
how do you get rid of that one? You can't really get rid of it, so you have to move the jack yourself.
Yeah, sometimes, and that's what we look at when you're thinking about. So if I was a skip, I'd go, well, if I want to get rid of that bowl, firstly, I'd have to be on my forehand, which is to the left. But maybe we build the head a little bit first. So it doesn't have to be a 1 bowl, get rid of it. Maybe you get another bowl close, or a bowl that you can use as a shelf, or you can draw to the point of a bowl and that turns into a plant. You know, there are different ways to do that. But certainly that's what's going through the skip's heads.
And we're going to check on this score with the singles in just a moment. Come back and let you know who's winning that one between Jamie Hill and Sean Goldsberry.
So what we'll see here on this pairs game is exactly what you suggested, Dave. I think we're going to see Leif play on his forehand, which is to our left.
Yeah.
And look to draw to the 2 metre mark. If he misses the whole head and goes to the 2 metre mark, it improves it. If he snicks the jack or the bowl on the way to it, that's a really good shot. So you're just looking to make the head. Every bowl should be improving it, but he's got a chance here of also, he knows he's got a chance of just folding that shot bowl out. So looking for the 2 metre mark here. Leif Selby willing it back. I'm not sure if it's going to turn. Now that weight's perfect. See the weight on the 2 metre mark.
I mean, the weight's great, but there was pretty much no turn at all until the last couple of rolls of the bowl.
Yeah, it couldn't have turned less.
Yeah.
It just sort of went straight up.
Exactly.
And this here, you're on the forehand side. So
what? Just waiting for the score there from that singles. There we go. Just come up as we spoke. So a 2 there. So it's been a good couple of ends for Jamie Hill. A 4 and a 2.
We may see more weight here from Leif Selby now. And that's because the Gisborne skips tighten the line. So more weight from Leif. Willing it to hold up.
It's got through.
Oh, that was close. So his shot selection changed there, Leif Selby. That went from just rolling the ball out to removing it. And Charlie Ure on his forehand. Very efficient delivery. I mean, there's no backswing at all, is there, for Charlie? He'll be looking to go past where the jack may be going. I'm not sure if he's done it. So Leif just going to wind up here. He'll go bowl or jack. A perfect result for Leif is chipping the bowl out with no jack movement.
And we can see in the singles a precision bowl right in front almost. But this one's coming straight. It's going through again. It's gone.
It was a good effort there. But not to be for Leif Selby.
That's 2 in a row.
You see,
well, he's consistent.
That's about the emotion there on his face. It's about as emotional as Leif gets. We saw him close his eyes for 3 seconds. Charlie Ure on the forehand. Marching after this bowl. I believe, I had a quick look, I think he's using Drake's Prides as well, though, an older model than Leif Selby's. And not to be, so 4-5 now after 7 ends. So we're nearing the halfway mark, and there's been no numbers scored, Dave, really.
Yeah. Have we had a 2 at all? I don't even know if we've had a 2. Maybe we've had 1, 2.
It must be, because it's 9 points in 7 ends. So there must be 2 2s somewhere. Using my maths I learnt at school.
We'll never let you do expenses for anybody. It could end up as anything. In the meantime, the jack going out wide. It'll get brought back on to the centre, probably the 2 metre at the end. And just for this afternoon's contest as well, Northeast Valley and up against Hikarangi, is there anybody, any particular team there that you'd be looking for? Saying, well, these guys, this particular team is exceptionally strong?
So the team that'll be known to
Northeast.
More bowlers around New Zealand are the Northeast Valley team. In singles, there's Roger Stevens. So Roger and Bronwyn are a well-known bowling couple. They spent a lot of time in Australia, are members of the Musgrave Hill Bowling Club, I think, as well. And Dave Budge and Kano Darby are 2 very well-known bowlers. I think they played Leif in round 1, actually. So they'll be the known players. I don't know much about the Hikarangi Bowling Club, but you don't win your centres Interclub lightly. So I'm sure they're very, very capable bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see how that one unfolds a bit later on this afternoon.
Well, Hikarangi Bowling Club, just north of Whangarei. If you're going up to, anywhere north of Whangarei, it's just out of the city there, past Kamo, past the golf club, and perhaps another 10 minutes drive from the city of Whangarei. To the right has a big dairy production company there, and has a well-known rugby club as well. And this is very spread for the first 3 bowls.
I think it's the longest end we've seen coming in this direction for some time, and that can be challenging when you make that big change, because it's a few metres difference in the weight.
There's that relaxed delivery, relaxed style.
Yeah, he's going well, Phil. Hands on hips, watching this bowl make its way back into the head.
Well, Phil.
Good stuff. Good bowl.
And it's just going to stay upright at the moment. Well, certainly the pairs are not mucking around. As soon as one bowl is complete, they're up to it, up to the mat. And away we go.
It's disappointing there.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, he's
It's
got
a
the
huge
weight.
swing, hasn't it?
It has, in the weight, absolutely perfect. And sort of, he'll be just, he got the hands in the pockets. He'll be just a little bit disappointed with how that bowl's gone. Phil here on his forehand.
Well done, mate.
There we go. You
Good
got
bowl.
the well done, mate.
Yeah, it's a good shot. 2 good bowls.
As you mentioned, it is as far back as you can take the jack at the moment, certainly to start from. And at the present time, we're looking at a 2.
That's great there from Leif in the rain coming down. So we're going to see. I think some of our broadcast team might pop out and put some covers on the cameras in a second. Although they do pick up the rain far more than there actually is. So that could be a really light.
Although you did hear the groan.
I mean, Leif has sounded happier, hasn't he?
The groan.
Here we go. There's Leif making his way back down. So we see Charlie. Oh, that was unlucky. If he got around that bowl clean, he would have drawn second shot. Look at the weight, absolutely perfect. So Leif on the forehand side. And although Gisborne does have that bowl at 10 o'clock on your screen, it's far enough out that it's reasonably safe. If Leif clunks into that, he'd be unlucky to roll that in for another shot. Although he's underneath it. See, yeah, so that's fine because he would have been unlucky to roll that in for one. So he was happy enough to play on that forehand side, even though it looked like it may have been blocking it at a glance. Just about understanding the percentages there. And Charlie, you're on his backhand. He switched hands. There we see Brendan Walton putting on the rain jackets. I reckon it makes the cameras look a little bit like nuns. It's like you're putting a habit onto a camera.
Indeed. Well, I hadn't really thought of it that way.
Just an idle thought.
No,
just an idle thought,
exactly,
Dave.
but we're seeing a lot of thought going into the singles up there at the moment, Alex, and from all angles as well, including the one right in front of the camera. A lot of looking, a lot of staring. It doesn't make the bowls move closer or further away if you stare at it.
No, although I often, because I talk to my bowls a little bit and they never listen, but I often wonder why we shout at our bowls, because once it's left your hand, you've done all you can do, haven't you? You know, you've given it the weight and the grain. Nothing you do is going to make a difference, but we do it anyway. You're here on the, oh, that's a good shot.
And it's just pinged it out. We've still got one. Let's take another look at the other camera angle. We'll be able to tell you.
Yeah, they might not have turned the cameras on yet, so we'll just wait and see.
Just
getting over the habit situation. But I think Charlie, he may be holding the shot there after that bowl. And here we see this is a great angle of Leif Selby's bowl.
That's got a touch. Oh, gee.
I think it's close to.
What have we got though, Alex? Who's got the shot?
Goodness, it's hard to tell. We'll just wait because there's bowls that are level with the jack.
Now that finger measurement there was just extreme. He was using wrists and the forearms. You can't tell there.
I don't understand, but everyone seems to do it, so it must be something. He's pointing at his bowl.
Oh, he's kicked the other one away. He didn't like that one.
Well, does that mean it's in or it's out? We'll wait and see. I suspect it's at least a point.
And if you want to see a congestion, a little bit of congestion there, just like the Auckland motorways, well, you can see it in the singles right now because that is 3 almost kissing the jack and another 3 in front of it. But in the meantime, we do have a little bit of space here in the pairs. And wait for it. Are we going to get a 2? No, it's going to stick with 1. Doing a lot of measuring on this one.
Very serious situation.
No, we still don't. Umpire. Oh.
Very serious situation as we just wait. So while we wait for the umpire to come, I'll just have a little ramble about the clubs then, Dave.
Oh, yeah, indeed. So, perhaps not a ramble, but you can go through them.
Okay. Well, not go through. I'll talk about these two clubs.
Okay, yes, the clubs, yes.
So I spoke at the top of the broadcast that you can tell how old a club is by how specific its name is. So at the start of bowls, you had the Auckland Bowling Club, which is the Auckland, the Gisborne Bowling Club, which is Gisborne, and then as we had more and more clubs,
suburbs,
it became suburbs.
After suburbs, right?
So the more generic, the older. And it is true that the Auckland Bowling Club is the oldest bowling club in New Zealand.
And that's not disputed because usually the oldest rugby club is totally disputed. I think cricket is as well.
It's a clear-cut thing. It existed for about 30 years by itself. It was, I think, founded in 1861 or 62.
And that's located in Grafton by Stanley Street?
Yes.
Just below the Auckland Domain.
Mm-hmm. And the Gisborne Bowling Club was founded in the 1880s. And the Gisborne Bowling Club is the oldest bowling club to still be at the premises in which it was founded.
There you go.
So they're two of the oldest bowling clubs in New Zealand. I think it's pretty cool that they're playing each other in 2023, 130,
Exactly.
140 years.
Well, where did Auckland start off then?
It was near where it is now,
right.
but I think just either in one way or the other. They had a lot of issues because the Auckland Bowling Club was started by Scottish settlers in the 1860s in Auckland, and they had a lot of issues with a swamp situation, is my understanding. So for many years, bowls was played in on a substandard green.
Right.
And I think they may have moved down the road a little bit in the end.
Okay, or up the road probably, because it's now slightly elevated and just above the tennis centre and Stanley Street, and there has been issues there that they've managed to overcome.
Yeah, they've had a renaissance of sorts in the last
Exactly.
few years, and it's a wonderful, a lovely club to go to. Actually, they've got a very modern club rooms, but they acknowledge their history as well. So if you look around the walls, they've got some things dating right back to the start.
Well, looking at modern club rooms, when we were in Central Otago recently, had a little look at Arrowtown. Stunning club with the hills above it. But the club rooms, I don't know, Brendan came with me there, and the club rooms, just immaculate. Beautiful new club rooms, just everything with a little bit of space, well set out. And you had the greens out in front, even a little bit of artwork that some of the members liked, some others didn't. They're made up of bowls.
Oh,
it was
that's
all made
cool.
up of bowls.
I think
This
I've seen
giant
that.
person bowler made up of bowls, and brilliant. Some club members not so enthusiastic. Certainly, Brendan from Bowls NZ was very keen to take it home to the flat. But,
why not?
Yeah, certainly. But when you have the history of different bowls, and then this particular club was just simple but well laid out, immaculate.
Yeah,
no junk. Just well laid out.
No,
And, great to see.
certainly
certain bowl
some lovely places, and even the Alexandra Bowling Club, which was the headquarters at Central Otago, they did a cool thing with their honours boards, because they must be a combined club or something, but they took some very high quality photos of the honours boards that used to be up,
Yes.
and sort of shrunk them down to maybe an A3 size and had them framed and on the wall. I think it's a brilliant idea. If you don't have the room on your walls for your older honours boards,
exactly.
you still want to acknowledge the previous champions, just put an A3, a really nicely framed A3 picture of them. Very clever stuff. And we saw, what did we see there, Dave?
Well, in the end, we saw a lot of measuring by both teams, and then we saw the referee, the official, come out, and, well, in the end, we haven't really seen much progress on the scoreboard at all.
Someone will tell us. I know the broadcast team at the moment, as you can see, it's raining, so there's...
Yeah, no, it'll be updated in just a moment, and we really have seen a close contest in this. The pairs in the singles, it is still Auckland out to the lead, and we'll just take a look at that very shortly. Look, you can see in the singles, both competitors coming down, having a bit of a chat, handing over the mat. We should be seeing a score update in just one moment coming in from the singles, and also the pairs. We've been doing a lot of juggling here with both teams. The rain appears to have stopped, just a passing shower.
Yeah, but
we'll stick our heads out the window and have a look.
It has caused a challenge with the cameras, so just bear with us. We'll get the cameras back up and running shortly.
Looks as though we've got a short end in their singles. They've taken the mat quite a way up.
Yeah, and if you look in the distance, you should be able to see where the jack has ended up. And shall we just we'll just based on the body language, we can probably figure out how the pairs is going, Dave. We've got nothing else at the moment, although we will get there, I promise. That's Phil there. Oh, that's interesting. Just about let go of a bolt. So Phil on the back.
So tell me, when we do have a bowl that's slightly damp, obviously you've got your towel to wipe it down and keep it dry. Do you have to hold it a little bit firmer?
Everyone has a different opinion.
Right.
That's a good question. Yeah, you do have to focus on your grip a bit more. It's where the grips on bowls sort of were one of the big initiatives or innovations.
And that's just the little dimples, you might say.
Yeah, in the last 50 years. We didn't used to have a grip, as we see Colin and Brendan and an umbrella. All the stuff's happening in the background there, so thank you to whoever's actually pressing the buttons. Doing a good job. As we see that bowl
let
there
us press those
Finn.
Buttons.
I wouldn't be allowed near it. So what they're doing there is recalibrating the cameras with the rain and the rain jackets. So yeah, you do have to change your grip sometimes, Dave. Some people, if it's raining, if it's properly raining, What you can do, if you can deal with an end or two of it being a bit slippery, don't dry your bowl, don't dry your hands.
Really?
And your fingers get wrinkly, as they naturally do in the water, and then you're able to hold on to your bowl properly after that. So,
all right. Well, we can see now this has been quite a tight end, one of each on either side, and the jack there quite tight. Just looking down as the bowlers come down. Well, let's see. And that's Jeff Pinn and Phil Robotham coming down and setting it up quite nicely. What do you think about this, Alex? It's set up quite nicely for, well, both players. They've got a little bit of space on either side, something to work with.
It's evenly matched from the leads there, I think.
But it looks as though everybody's been going around on the backhand side. Are we going to see a forehand?
Yeah, here comes a forehand shot from Leif Selby. Jeff does have the 3 bowls slightly closer than Leif as we just wait for this camera to switch. So keep your eyes peeled. Oh, very good. That camera must be back online. So if we have a look at this head, the Auckland bowl, the red bowl, sitting at 4 o'clock is the shot, I would say. And the second shot is the Gisborne bowl that sits at 7.
To the left, yeah.
Which is why Charlie here is on his forehand side. And we'll just watch this bowl. It'll come into the head from the top of your screen. He just looked to remove that red. He did that because he had second and third and fourth shots. So he got rid of the red bowl. It's worth a couple. And Leif, with his weight, will know it's perfect. So just take more green. You can see Leif's first effort at 3 o'clock on your screen there. Willing this bowl back into the head. Down it comes. That's good stuff there from Leif Selby. Charlie, not shy here. He's very close to a result. That's a lovely bowl. So he's either killed it. He probably has killed it, I think.
And Alex, just a reminder about the round 1 results for the women.
Yes.
Where can we find those?
You can find them on the Bowls New Zealand website, Dave.
You might be able to give us a little bit of an update shortly. We'll watch out for this end and check on the scores there, because Auckland 6-4 up. That is in the pairs. And then we have in the singles, it's a bit of a comeback there for Gisborne, because it is now 12-14. So Auckland still leading. Jamie Hill 14-12 up over Gisborne, over Sean Goldsbury. But then as we look at the pairs, still 9 of 18. So we're on the 9th of 18th, halfway through. But the singles certainly really congested, 1st to 21. And we're looking forward to an exciting second half for both the pairs, and I guess you could say the singles as well. And Alex, have you got any results from the first round so far from the women? You're just checking those out, are you?
Yes.
You asked me as
30
we have
seconds too soon.
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, I'll let you carry on. In the meantime, we have quite a short jack here in the pairs. And the first bowl, well, it's not so bad. As we get Jeff Pinn up.
Let me have a look. Oh, yeah. So I can tell you some things, Dave, if you would like to know some of the things. So if we look in the men's section, and to explain how I got here, I went to the Bowls New Zealand website, and there's a little tab that says National Events. And on that tab, it has the National Interclub Sevens. So
Great.
you click onto that, and then scroll down, and we see that there is the playing schedules and the list and the results. So the men's results for Section 1, which is the section that we are watching now, the Auckland Bowling Club won all 3 games in their first match against another team.
Right.
North East Valley, all 3. So that's big from the Auckland Bowling Club there. 15-9, 19-18, and 28-2 That's not what happened. I'm reading it wrong.
Okay, well, no, that's all right. Well, we'll get there eventually, Alex.
This is why I'm a commentator.
In the meantime,
if you just
the
have a
rain
look.
is getting heavier there, Alex. We can certainly see it is getting a lot heavier. Still no jackets on for some of the players.
They did win all three though, but it was 21-7 in the singles, 23-14 in the pairs, and 15-9 in the fours. Is what happened there for the Auckland Bowling Club. So it's a good start for them. But all those results are available on the Bowls New Zealand website. If you just have a look at the one that says women's results and men's results, you got round 1 through.
And a bit of a measure going on as such in the singles. As it gets tighter again, and we had another big end for Auckland for Jamie Hill to zoom out to a 17-12 lead. Just got a couple of ends just going on a little bit late there. And let's see. As we look back to the pairs, a little bit deceiving there on that sort of angle. As there we go, great angle there, well done. Switches around. Where's this one coming in for Selby? Just stopping below. Is it going to fall in, Alex?
Oh, well, it's done enough.
If it does fall in, it's going to be even closer.
Shots, Jamie.
I think Jamie Hill just played a good bowl based on Dave Selby's comment there. And Leif here with two. Oh, look at that. 2 absolute bombs. That's great stuff from Leif Selby.
Yeah, but I spray a lot in between nowadays. They don't.
Look at that. Underneath there from Charlie. This is a big end for the team.
So, Alex, on this particular bowl, where are we going to go? Let's take a little look.
So Leif's looking at it.
He's looking at it, and I'm not seeing. Let's see if we can hear him in. We'll just hear any comments.
Maybe chance of chopping one across, just a metre over or something. What do you think? I don't know. If I touch his bowl there, I've buggered it,
Right, so I'll explain.
Pretty much his explanation was, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll explain the logic if I can. The Auckland team has no bowls past the head, and they're holding a couple. So it's trying to figure out a way to get a bowl past the head where the jack might go. And Leif opting for his forehand side.
And that singles is, well, getting close to being wrapped up. It's not quite 17-12 just yet. There we go. 20-12.
Oh, it's going well for Jamie Hill. Keep running, he says.
What do you do there? I don't know. At least we got one back out of it.
Now we see Charlie here on the forehand side. This is a big bowl. He's 6-4 down on the card, but they're a couple down on the head. It's important that Charlie gets this for the Gisborne team, and he's very close. Oh, he's ducking away. And he's just hit fresh air there, Dave.
He managed to miss everything very well.
Just hit fresh air.
Do it that way. And there we go. It is into the 10th now, over halfway in the pairs. It is the team of Phil Robbottom and Leith Selby up against Jeff Pinn and Charlie Yor.
And that's a big end there for the Auckland team. You feel, it's been hard to make a break in this game. We haven't really seen a team eke too far in front of the other one, but the Auckland team's now going to be 4 points up. They'll probably feel like they can manage that lead, I think, to the end of the game, Dave.
And just so people who are watching, a little bit of singles there was 1 point away for Jamie Hill over Sean Goldsbury, and we will give you more details very shortly, that you know how that singles ended up. But in the meantime, this is not bad for a first bowl there, Alex.
Yeah, good shot there from Phil. It's been steady from all 4 players, I think, like we've mentioned before, with just little sparks of brilliance from Leif Selby. Even that previous end, he picked up the 2. That's because he put 2 bowls within 6 inches of the jack, and the singles is back at that thumbnail at the top right, and 20-12, as you
and it
said,
brought
Dave.
back the sunshine as well.
How good. You turn the lights on.
Exactly.
At 20 to...
Oh, this is just rolling very, very nicely.
Lovely bowl.
And a big weekend for sport in the Wellington region. Of course, you do happen to have a Super Rugby game tomorrow between a couple of leading teams. And that is the Chiefs, unbeaten, coming down to take on the Hurricanes, who are at the top of the table, although they have had 1 loss. So it should be a lot of fun around the city. And of course, this bowls, how many people would you say are competing?
A few hundred at the bowls.
Goodness.
Good bowling.
That's,
is it all at Naenae, or are there some other clubs as well, Alex?
Yeah, all at Naenae, over the 3 or 4 greens that they've got sort of running there. But if you talk about managers and supporters and players from, there's 26 centres, I think, of men and 26 centres of women and 7 per team. It's not an insignificant amount of people.
Exactly.
Good deal.
A little over 400, I guess, with bad maths, but a little over 400 competitors.
Yeah, just over 400. And we see Phil here on the back end, and I should have said there are other clubs hosting it. I was just thinking about the broadcast.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was thinking that because that's a
we're
lot
not fitting
to fit
400 people at the Naenae Bowling Club. There are other clubs.
Yeah.
Look at that from Phil. That's great bowls.
You see all the red bowls there just lined up in front, to the side, and one behind as well. What's he got to do here, Alex?
Well, as a lead,
What's
it's
Jeff
almost
Pin
too
doing?
early to be aggressive. So he's just trying to draw the shot here, Jeff Pin, and he's not far away. If his bowl gets down enough, bog on that bowl, it's at 6 o'clock.
Shot, mate.
That's great bowl in the air from Phil.
Yeah, second look there from Charlie Ure as he turns around. One last look. So we've gone from a scattered shower to now a sunshine.
That sounds like a day in Wellington, doesn't it?
It does. It does indeed.
We got Leif Selby on the forehand.
That's looking pretty good. Is it going to knock one of the red ones out of the way?
Oh, good try.
Oh, gee, Alex, that's not bad. Still 2 at the moment. 2 to Gisborne. Of course, we have the Gisborne Bowling Club up against the Auckland Bowling Club. And this one's straight. It's straight and curving away. Bang. There you go. 1. And looks to be just the 1 at the present time.
And you feel like this is another big end in the context of this game, Dave, because Auckland's already taken that little lead. I think they're 4 points up, not 2 points up. Already taken that little lead. They're holding a 4 here now. Charlie Ure needs to make his bowl count, or you're going to be asking a lot of the last few ends.
And the singles, well, it looks as though Goldsbury's brought back 1, stayed in it for 1 more.
Charlie here, he's very close. He's very close to the jack. He's got the... Oh, he didn't get the jack at all. He missed it somehow. That's ridiculous.
It was pretty straight all the way.
Oh, goodness. He must have been a cigarette paper too wide there, I think. I thought he had that absolutely perfect, Dave.
Or a vape.
With a more modern language.
Exactly.
Great effort. And Leif on the forehand side.
Run. Run, run, run. Just didn't turn much.
Interesting here. So this is a massive bowl for Charlie.
Just that subtle little touch there from Charlie Ure, the left-hander. Bring it around.
Interesting,
well, hopefully coming
intriguing.
around.
He switched back to the draw here after 2 run shots. This could be absolute genius from Charlie Ure, and it sits down.
It is.
Oh,
no,
it doesn't sit down.
You were thinking, and hasn't quite.
I think you can wait 30 seconds, Dave. I think you can ask to wait.
It's not going to move.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, finger test. And in the singles, are we still continuing there?
Still going, so Sean Goldsberry still
must have picked up another one.
Keeping it alive. But that was a good bowl, really, from Charlie, if you consider they were a few down and he'd played 2, like, pretty quick bowls. So we're going to see the score 8-4 extended to 10-4. So there's going to be a 6-point lead, I think, to the Auckland team of Leif Selby.
Turned out a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's good to have the player mics on.
Yeah, getting a few, well, interesting little comments.
Yeah, Phil. Brilliant, mate.
Got to come here, obviously.
Not a huge amount of communication between the teammates. It's just pretty much, well, you can see it. Just put it in here.
Yeah, yeah. They you almost get to the point when you've played in the same team for a while, Dave, where you don't need to talk a huge amount because you know what's expected of each other. And Phil on the forehand side.
Oh, mate.
Just underneath the line.
Another game.
Well, here.
Good shot all round, all the stuff on the back end. It's a great bowl.
Come on. Very good, mate.
Oh, good shot there from Phil. So Auckland are leading 10-4. They're leading by 6 in this game on the 11th end. And we can see the top right. They're going to see a handshake probably. Jamie Hill running out the winner on the singles rubber, 21 points to 14.
Yep. That's a good win. You did say that he was extremely talented and came through in the end with a 4. I think there was a couple of 4s in there that really helped Jamie Hill go through. So that is a 1 contest to Auckland.
Yeah.
As we look back on the pairs, and well, I guess Auckland looking the stronger here at the moment, remembering we're through, well, we're playing the 11th of 18. So it's a nice start there for Auckland, taking out that singles firstly. And in the meantime, let's just take a look at this one here from Selby. Where's he going on this one? out on his forehand. Has he got the turn through, Alex? Has he got the turn?
He thinks he might. If you look at the way he's wheeling that ball back in, and he did, but he was a little bit heavy. As we see Charlie on the forehand side. So that was a brilliant bowl from Pin. If you see the shot bowl of Gisborne's, it sits at 5 o'clock to the jack. He drew that around all the short bowls. And you're just short there, really, wasn't he, Dave? He's sort of the perfect range. Just need a little bit more weight. And we might see aggression here from Leif Selby, I feel, on the back end.
I've missed a lot.
I've missed a lot, he says.
Yeah, well, that's the truth. I mean, at the moment, Alex, you look at where that jack is and tell me which direction would you come in, because it's almost shielded. And we can have a look here at Charlie Ure, but as we see there, how do you get into that?
If you're Leif, you're almost looking at that red bowl that sits at 1 o'clock,
right,
and hidden it square so that it comes through the head and maybe bumps the jack back a little bit.
I mean, there's bowls at just about every direction circling the jack, and here we go. Where is he coming on this one?
I think he's looking for that bowl that sits just past 12. He's missed it again, he says.
Well, it didn't look too bad, what we could see.
Yeah, he had perfect weight, but just that bowl, a couple of bowls wide.
And the caller, what have we got? Well, when you have to do the finger measurement, it's obviously very tight. He's trying to say, two?
He reckons they've got two. This is massive for
You'll get another.
Gisborne.
Wow. Let's watch this. Just almost dropping or placing the bowl on the ground. And can't quite see it, but it is coming around. Alex, it's coming around very nicely.
This is brilliant here.
Oh, gee.
And sits. What a shot. What a bowl. That's brilliant stuff there. Gisborne right back in this game.
Wasting 2 balls like that, mate.
Leif talking to himself. Yeah, that's brilliant.
I'll do the ball. I was checking this one.
There's measuring.
And a measure. So what are we thinking, Alex? We're thinking 3? I think we might be, maybe 2. And we'll just await and confirm if it was 2, 3, who knows?
Leif rowing his couple of bowls. You can hear him in the...
He is. He wasn't overly happy. Missed everything a couple of times. And we'll just await for that score to be confirmed. And now playing the 12th. And the jack way out. It'll be pulled back in. Not sure where he was hoping to go with that jack. In the ditch, pretty much. So there we go. It was a 3 in the end to Gisborne. So nice little comeback, and they're just 3 behind. 10-7 Auckland leading Gisborne. Of course, the singles, well, that was won by Jamie Hill over Sean Goldsbury, and that was 21-14. I think it was 14. Yes, it was. So a nice victory there to start off for Auckland. And we'll be able to give you some more score updates around the grounds, around the greens, very shortly as we get started with Jeff Pinn on this, the 12th of 18 ends.
After misthrowing the jack, he'll be keen to make amends, and that's an okay first bowl. You're looking for the 2 metre mark.
Come on, let's go. Take advantage.
And here, Charlie, you're there keen for something.
That's better.
That's better, he says.
Hit that, you get a result. That's what I call a fluke.
Having a good chat.
He's tight.
So the score, 10-7. Gisborne right back in it.
Beautiful weight.
Come down here, Jeff.
Nice little wind up here by Jeff. Gets down quite low, bit of a classic delivery as such. And we're quite spread. That one seems to have a little bit too much gas on it. Keeps on going and, well, going.
Yeah, poor end.
Is it going to stop? It's going to stop, Alex, but gee, it's out wide.
I think once you miss sort of out of your hand, the bowls aren't that forgiving here.
You don't give this guy a second chance.
Charlie doing our job for us in the commentary.
Yeah.
Takapuna Bowling Club, of course.
Yeah. Well done.
Is one I should have mentioned as a front runner too for the Interclub.
Okay. And who's in that one?
He's not very close.
Lots of people. Selena
Okay.
Goddard would be one of the names that sticks
Right,
out.
of course.
But,
Yes.
you got your Wendy
So
Jensen,
it is
Selena.
some of those competitors who have been to Australia recently and have been selected in the New Zealand team are going to be competing or are competing in this competition.
Yes,
Some of
they
them?
are, yeah. And I believe Takapuna won the Interclub. They must have won the Interclub last year. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So they'll be coming out all guns blazing. There's going to be a mighty, you'd expect in post section, you'd be surprised if you didn't see a Nelson Takapuna clash, and it'll be a pretty good one to watch.
Well, the Takapuna club from last year, okay, well, that had Selena Goddard, Adele Einerson, Robin Walker, and Anne Doreen, and Kiko Kuraha, and Lauren Mills, and Lisa Dixon. There you go.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a great list of names. And they started off their campaign with 3 wins in the first round.
Quick,
The
mate.
Takapuna Bowling Club, 3 out of 3. So they'll be pleased with how that's progressing. And look at this head here, Dave. It's
a mess.
I mean, it's not great.
No, it's not. And I think the particular competitors would actually agree with that. I can tell you in 2021, the Nelson women's team, Joe Edwards, Linda Erasmus, Colleen Earle, Di Holland, Linda Siston, Kay Hammond, and Val Smith. So it wasn't too bad. There we go. We've got some pretty decent teams throughout the years. Manawatu 2 had one a few years earlier with Sharon Sims in it. There's been a few decent names there in the women's. We might be able to tell you some of the men's very shortly.
Yeah.
I'll have a little look through.
As we see Leif Selby looking to tighten up
Keep
on his
running.
first bowl. Keep running, he says.
Oh,
Just
bloody
gonna-
hell.
Well, he's honest.
I don't know how well you can hear that on the broadcast. We've got player mics.
I turned him
and,
down as well.
I feel like it right now. Look at that.
Oh dear, it's not easy out there. Here we have Charlie Yor on the forehand side. That's a lovely bowl.
Oh, Alex, I can tell you, Elmwood Park, like you mentioned, did win
I've
the
got a
last
ping one
2
down there too,
men's.
mate. I've had 2 guys trying to draw it. Happy?
There you go.
Hey.
A few little mutterings. Elmwood Park last year,
10-7
Calvin
down,
Scott,
we're holding
Stephen
2
Ditfoot, Gary Lawson, Ricky Cook, Liam Earthon,
here.
Nathan Glasson, and Lance Pascoe.
Yeah, I think it's a very similar team, and we're going to see aggression here from Leif Selby. He's going, look, I've tried to draw it twice, I've missed. I'm going to just get rid of those 2 bowls. So this is weight coming up here from Leif Selby on the forehand. Get rid of them both. He's close.
He's got one.
Oh, got rid of one.
Oh.
What a great effort.
Fucking shit, isn't it? Can't draw a shot.
We're hearing some great comments coming through.
Leif has had a, he's been happier.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can tell you some of these other teams that have come through over the last few years. There was Eastbourne and Wellington, Gary Lawson, Justin Godwin, Phil Scoglan, Scott Roddick, Mike Carroll, Jim Madden, and Mike Solomon. And we've had quite a few others there. Just great to see some other teams like Frankton Railway out of Waikato, 2012. Rakaya Gregory in there, Henry Timoni, Dwayne Cameron, Hopper Bell, Gene Gregory, Phil Bennett, Wayne Stewart. Probably not the star lineup. Certainly very talented, but coming through from Frankton Railway.
That's the cool thing about the Interclub, is that you see a lot of champion teams. You know, like a lot of teams that are, you have 2 or 3.
That's a good ball, Jeff.
Known bowlers in it, say, but you pick 7 people, and the club members know each other really well, and they get together well as a team, and you just see them go. They're always sort of at the pointy end of these events. It's great. And Phil here on his forehand. So 8-10 the score. Gisborne well and truly still in this match. There was a time where it looked like they weren't, and the jack must be very long because we can't see it on the screen. So the jack must be right on the 2 metre mark. There it is on the 2 metre mark. The issue here, if you see the habit that the camera has, it can't look down. It can be really challenging with the wet weather gear.
I think the other thing is that you also sometimes need a little bit more space as well to actually have the cameras so they can't see. But we're doing a good job. Oh, look, there you go. Colin, thank you very much. He's all suited up for the rain, but it's bright sunshine at the moment.
Typical.
And let's just see there, dropping down. Playing the 14th of 18, and Auckland winning the singles. Jamie Hill. Quite a way back. In fact, about as far back as you can go for the jack.
Just a bit short. So we see Gisborne holding
if you
one.
want to play here, fine. It's up to you. Just draw it.
Now, it seems as though the players, competitors in the pairs here have got a little bit more vocal.
Yeah, you find that nearing the end of the game, you know, because there is always there's a passion there, isn't there? You know, everyone, you don't play a game of bowls to not win it.
Oh, exactly. This is, of course, the National Interclub, and it is got to ping that one out the way. Just
great effort.
Gee, really ricocheted off.
10 each. I'll draw 3. I'll draw 3.
Yeah, certainly got a bit more vocal as we're nearing the end.
Definitely.
Phil here, this is a disappointing bowl from Phil.
Well, I think it's a disappointing end so far.
Yeah, good stuff.
For all of them. There's one that's at perhaps 7 p.m, but the rest are very widely spread.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm going to play wider. But if I play that side and play it too heavy, I give it away.
So from the bowler's angle, what are you going to do? You're going your forehand, you're going your backhand? Is there any particular way which is better at the present time? Because at the moment it seems like a real struggle.
Yeah, it's hard to see, and we've got some short bowls from the Auckland lead which make it challenging because they sort of block up that side. So I think we'll see Charlie Ure on his backhand, as we can see here, which is to the left of our screen, to avoid those short bowls. So those short bowls to the top right of the screen here, you'd probably clunk into those. So Charlie playing on his backhand side, but just to our left. And he had the perfect, if we look at the green, he had perfect green. He's pretty much in line with the jack, but maybe 2 metres short there. And Leif Selby going to need to draw on some of his class here. He's got 3 bowls. He's leading 10-8 on the scorecard. He's a couple down on the head. Needs to draw the shot. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, gee.
That is as classy as it gets.
Carries the jack with it as well.
And, I mean, does Charlie get aggressive here? I think we're going to see... Oh, and he's trailed it back here to that bowl of Auckland's. That's what a world champion does, Dave. You know, that was not a good situation to be in. Genius there from Leif Selby. And Charlie not mucking around. He's looking for the bowl of the jack on his backhand. He's not far away here.
Gee, just that late swing.
That was unbelievable. He's just, you know, well, he cleared out the Auckland, he cleared out second shot. He was a bowl narrow. That's a beautiful effort. And Leif on his forehand again. Trying to draw a second shot. Beautiful angle there.
No.
That's a...
Ooh. I thought it was going to go flop.
That's a lovely shot. So he's holding to Leif Selby.
We're a team, mate. We're a team.
And Charlie forced into drawing on his backhand now. Leif Selby has salvaged this end for the Auckland team. This is a big end, really. If he on the crossover, Leif was on the crossover. Leif was a couple down.
I'm not benching Marshall. You think I'm benching Marshall?
He's in all likelihood going to draw 3 shots here.
It's good to hear the camaraderie, the comments. Of course, you want to win, but there's certainly some amusing comments coming through.
Yeah, it always played in good spirit. You know, bowls is at its best when it's played in good spirits. You know, you're supposed to enjoy the game, so it's nice to have that. And Leif just looking to make this 3 now. Leading 10-8. And this here, a very good end from Leif Selby. Turning this head right around. That's brilliant.
Slow down.
Oh, still good. He'll still be happy with that. You know, it's a 4 or 5 point swing there. Just some magic from Leif, eh? We've seen some magic from Leif in this game. We'll just watch a replay in a second. Here we go. Here's the replay. Little feather trailing the jack back beautifully.
That was a beautiful, it was almost like a snooker shot. I'll bounce it off there to collect there and pot it.
And
not quite, but almost.
This is third bowl. Was just slightly overplayed. But 3 great shots there from Leif Selby, turning that head right around. You just have to doff your hat, really. Just go, you know, fair call, well done.
And now on to the 15th end. As we get closer and closer to our full stanza. And what are you predicting? There we go, Alex. What are you predicting? You think Auckland can hold on?
Well done, Phil. Come on.
I think so. I think there's just been a couple of key ends that have made the difference. Gisborne and Auckland been very evenly matched teams in this game. You know, the leads have been pretty even. And we've seen some good bowls from Charlie Yor, but there's just been, I think maybe 3 times Leif Selby has just gone to that next gear. He's just made the difference. I think they'll feel like you can, you'd feel like if you're an Auckland supporter, you can defend that 4-point lead. But, you know, we've said it before, as long as it's mathematically possible, there's a chance. And for Gisborne, if they can be 3 or 4 points down on the last end, anything could happen. But if you forced me to pick, I'd pick Auckland to win this game, I think.
Okay, there we go. We got something in the end.
I realised halfway through I was sounding like a politician, so I thought we'll put paid to that, and I'll say something that actually has some...
Put it in ball, Jeff.
Say something with conviction.
Just taking a little look there as he gets down very low. Maybe not the smoothest shot that he wanted.
Keep on it.
And it's Jeff Pinn from the Gisborne Club coming around behind. It could be okay in the end. It's not a bad second bowl. In the meantime, let's see what Phil can do there. That's a bit smoother.
Yeah, he's got a pretty conventional delivery, Phil. We've seen him be pretty steady this game as well. This is a good example of that. He's put 2 bowls nearby. Ooh. 1 bowl past, and Jeff Pinn here on his backhand side. It's a pretty conventional delivery too, to be fair. His feet are pointing in the right direction. Reasonably smooth on the delivery.
Looking good today. Hit the ball, not the kitty.
And we can tell you that the second game this afternoon, well, that's North East Valley up against Hikarangi Bowling Club. North East Valley there, Alex. Quite a historic bowling club.
Yeah, certainly another one with a long history and lots of well-known names from North East Valley.
And North East Valley, for those who don't know, we know that Hikarangi, of course, is just north of Whangarei, but you're going to tell us North East Valley? How's your geography? Because I know it's actually terrible.
It's a North East Valley, is where North East Valley is.
Oh my goodness, Alex.
It's in the name.
That red ball in the middle.
Is it not? It's Dunedin, isn't it? Yeah, the Dunedin situation in
Yes.
North East Valley.
That's off 3 shots, that ball.
Alex will apologise to everybody from Dunedin.
Well, I mean, I wasn't wrong. I was just being a little bit specific.
So we're getting the south and the north taking on there. Hikarangi, as we said, just north of Whangarei and North East Valley and Dunedin. That will be our second game of the afternoon for the men's. Of course, we'll be continuing on with commentary tomorrow. And also, I believe, on Sunday. Then on Monday, it switches to... Alex, what have we got on Monday?
The Oceania Challenge on Monday, the finals day for that. So that's been...
knocks one out the
will
way.
have been going on for a few days by then. So we get the finals day of the Oceania Challenge.
That's at Blockhouse Bay.
At
the
Blockhouse
finals.
Bay, yep, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, they'd had a little bit of rain overnight at Blockhouse Bay. Some people may have actually seen it on the AM show. It appeared on the AM show this morning on TV3. There was a little bit of a puddle, though, right behind the cameras.
Jeff. We've got 2 or 3.
I wanted to be
One down to
over
that.
towards them
Oh,
too.
We've got 3 seconds.
Wouldn't
Well, there's a lot of words
two
happening at the
meters
moment.
out.
I don't know who's saying what.
do anything.
Are we ready? Yes, there we go.
It turned nice, and I thought, well, I've got to look at the line here, and
It's not going to curve around. Or if it does, it's going to be a little too late. Oh, gee, that really does pop around.
That late swing, eh?
Very.
It has been played in great spirits, isn't it, this game?
Shouldn't be hard to get.
fuck, we need one.
It shouldn't be hard to get.
It's a totally different line.
I've got a back one.
And we'll see if we can find the, as obviously it's a match, so these 3 games are a match between Auckland and Gisborne, so we know the singles went to Auckland and the pairs, Auckland 12-8. We'll see if we can find out what the fours score is for this match. The fours will probably be going on another green.
Now, Alex, I'm going to ask
You never
potentially
know,
a silly question. You can see the breeze is certainly popping up there outside at the moment.
Right behind the
Very
bugger.
much so, but this is a great bowl. It's going to stay there nicely. It is.
2 down.
Why not triples? Why go singles, pairs, fours?
We needed another close one there, and I think,
Um,
I don't know where to put it.
In reality, probably because triples was a
I said
game
to
we didn't
myself,
invent for a while.
Come on, let's
We didn't
get
used to
over
play
it.
So just a
triples.
history.
Yeah. It's triples is a
Go a bit
newer
wider,
is a
go a bit
newer game
tighter.
than the other two, and
You
we
know
don't
when
have a
you're at
national
Millbank,
triples
got a
event.
king
We
and a
just
bowl
have
for
national
5
singles,
shots.
pairs, and fours. Triples is a reasonably new invention. He's going for both of them here. He needs a little feather off. Oh, he just about got them both. That would have been worth a bundle. Yeah, and Leif Nosey was
Come on,
close too.
Well, there you go, Alex. I think national triples.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option.
I
It's
couldn't get
possible.
them
In indoor bowls, we play a national triples event.
Exactly.
And that started in indoor in
Second
the
best, we've got
early
one.
90s, I think, 91 or 92. But triples, yeah, on a bowls context, a reasonably new invention.
Yeah. I mean, what would be the difference? Obviously, 3 and 4 people, but what's the difference in the way it's played? You can see singles to pairs, but between the triples and fours,
Well, there are 2 types of triples that we play in outdoor. There's 3-bowl triples and 2-bowl triples. 3-bowl triples was very briefly a world championship event, and it's a frustrating game because there are lots of bowls that end up on the head. So it becomes a game where you're just raking through all the time and get rewarded. It's the most bowls you'll ever see on a head because it's 2 more than what you get in a game of fours. It's become less popular over time, 3-bowl triples. 2-bowl triples is the
Open
one that's
hand.
more
Please
popular around
open
the
hand.
place. And it's like a pairs game but divided into 3 players doing the job of 2. And because you only get 2 bowls, it can be quite a volatile game. So you don't
See,
get
that to me is a great promotional tool.
It's a good game. You don't get a 3rd bowl to correct in triples. You just get your first 2.
So that
you can,
excitement
you can blink
of
and
it,
you can drop a number.
Good
well,
to
that
hear.
volatility makes it sound better straight away
Very good.
I suppose we've
as a
actually,
promotional tool.
I think we've seen triples probably in the Bowls 3-5 format, Dave, because
Yeah.
triples,
Well done.
that's what it's played there. So a more modern game, the triples format, and we have a Bowls 3-5 Interclub. So there is an Interclub that's played in triples, but this National Interclub 7s, 4s, pairs and singles, because that's your more test match
Good
cricket
line,
style bowls.
Gonna get
I think
double-
that's a reasonable answer.
I'm going to be pushing to Mark Cameron, the
Come on,
CEO, that perhaps in national triples, and we're talking about the 2-ball triples,
Well done.
would be a good thing, because if it's volatile, it's potentially got a new audience. And I'm not saying the older audience, when I say older as in more established audience, have been watching bowls, aren't going to like it either. I think they
Good
probably
line.
will.
Yeah, it is a good game, and the Bowls 3-5 is on a triples format. You play 2 sets of
Production
5
heavy.
ends of triples, and it is sort of, you
Bits written all
see,
over it.
I got it.
it's easier to drop big numbers than what you would
Drop my
expect.
hat on edges.
Well, Alex, while we're on it, obviously this weekend's a busy weekend, but we're going to move on after that. What have we got as we start getting into the more winter months?
So I think the next one is the Bowls 3-5 Interclub. So every centre runs a Bowls 3-5 championship, and you
Just holding
win that,
up for
you go
you.
to a national final. Look at this here from Phil.
Well done,
He's
buddies.
trailed the check around the corner. There'll be a national interclub final, and that'll be really good to watch. And then there are a series of national champion of champion events over the winter time, which are your centre champion of champion winners playing off for a national champion of champions. So it's like a champion of champions event, which is lots of saying champion, isn't it? You're saying it too many times. And then there's just a couple of other ones sort of around the place too, Dave. There's the World Championships coming up in September, which we hope to broadcast some of.
And that's on the Gold Coast again? Or no,
Yes,
in
yes,
Australia?
yeah.
Is it Gold Coast?
No,
Maybe Adelaide? No.
it's Gold Coast. I think the Commonwealth Games is
Good shot.
in Victoria. But the
That's
World
right. That's in a
Championships is
couple
on
of
the
years.
Gold Coast, yeah.
We'll get there.
So it's an exciting time, really. There's going to be some good stuff to watch on the broadcast, and I think the Wellington Centre Champion of Champions events will also be broadcast on the Wellington YouTube channel, but using Bowls New Zealand broadcast equipment, and that's coming up either next week or the week after. So very shortly, and that'll be a good time too.
Of course, next weekend is the extended Anzac weekend, albeit that Anzac Day
A long
itself
way.
is on the Tuesday.
We get Monday-ized now, don't we? Is that the Monday-ized one?
I'm not certain, but I do know that I'm doing some other work on the Saturday and Sunday, but it is.
I just have a vague recollection of public holidays always been on Mondays now or something. Wasn't it? Didn't we
That
change?
may be a new thing, but I'm not sure about Anzac Day. It's got to be on the 25th.
Mm.
Anzac Day is always the 25th,
Yes.
and will stay that way, so I don't believe it's Monday-ized.
Cool.
Someone will let us know.
That sounds reasonable. And we see here, a bit unlucky there
How
from
far
Charlie.
was I,
Orr.
mate, please?
I do
How far
recall
short
that
was I?
there is a tournament in Southland that happens to be a favourite of Steve Beale, where there happens to be oysters involved over Anzac weekend. Or maybe there's one in Alexandra as well. So a few tournaments in the South Island in particular.
Yeah, there's always a few good ones on Anzac weekend.
And
Te Puke Bowling Club has an Anzac weekend pairs. That's very popular.
will you be partaking in any of those tournaments?
No, I'm doing indoor bowls
Right.
for those ones. I did play in the Anzac weekend tournament at Te Puke once, and it's a wonderful event. I would recommend it to anyone if you can I think you need to get your entries in pretty quick. I think
Indeed.
it fills up nice and fast, but a wonderful event.
Now, what's he hoping for on this bowl? Because, gee,
A collision. This is
Oh, yeah.
this is very close to perfect though. A little feather. Oh dear.
not quite though.
A little bit unlucky, really. It was in the area. So if we look at the score, Auckland's 13-8 up, so they're 5 points up. This is the third to last end, so there's 2 to go after this. If Gisborne doesn't score here, their chances of winning this game decrease a lot. You know, it becomes a real challenge for them. So Charlie Orr is going to need to find some magic, a trick in his box of tricks somewhere with his last bolt. See if he can score even a point, even 1 point here for Gisborne will be good. You can see they're 2 down to that red bowl and white bowl. Maybe 3 down in a second if Leif has the right weight here, which he does. So that's 3 to Auckland. That's a beautiful shot there from Leif Selby. And Charlie Orr up a creek without a paddle, I would suggest, and it's going to need to find some magic here. It's almost a hit and hope situation. Hit a front bowl square and cross your fingers, and that's what he's going for. Hit anything square, and magic can happen. Charlie here, he's close.
Oh, gee.
Goodness gracious me.
That was so straight.
That's the great. I mean, he couldn't have done much more than that in that situation, I don't think, Charlie. But we're going to see 2 points to the Auckland Bowling Club, and they will take a 15 points to 8 lead now, and that's going to be hard to make back, I think. Of course, at the conclusion of this game.
You were right on the button there, I think, weren't you?
Yeah, I wasn't fond of
It must have looked good from where you were. Wow.
It's great when they do the commentary for you, isn't it, Dave?
It is, and quite dry with the commentary at times. And Alex, I have found a more northern club in the competition for this year.
Yes.
In the women's competition, Kirikiri Bowling Club. That's further north than Hikarangi, probably about 40 minutes further north. So well done there for Kirikiri Women's Bowling Club.
Yeah.
And they are in there. And you were talking about, well, you were talking about Takapuna in the women's. Yes, they are there, and they do have a strong team once again. As we look at a variety of other clubs, and we've got, well, in the women's, we've got Invercargill as the southernmost club, and of course Kirikiri, the northernmost. So good to have a wide variety of clubs, and a few that we have to just about look up. And well done to the South Canterbury Club, Katoa Bowling Club, Kia toa. Kensington also for Northland, and then we've got Far North, so Kensington Bowling Club in Whangarei.
Well done.
So good to have a lot of different bowling clubs from around different areas of the country. And congratulations to all of those clubs who are competing. And let's have a look now as he just sits up nicely. They really do need to come back in with some points to Gisborne in this at the pairs.
Yeah,
and this is not bad. Oh, curves away late. No real comments on that one. No, it's just what it is.
So we see this is the penultimate end. So you've got 7 points to make up on the penultimate end. Realistically, Gisborne probably needs a 4 here.
Yeah, mate. Well, Phil.
So what we're finding is quite a bit of late turn, but this is going to sit up nicely and could almost be the bowl for Auckland at the moment. And the weather just settled slightly.
On the backhand. Look at this great camera angle, great camera work. That's what I was saying. So at the conclusion of this game, Dave, we'll get you to wrap it up, and then we're going to cut to highlights. But this is the link. If you're watching this link, this is the link that you need to stay on, please. We're not going to have another link for round 2 or round 3, sorry. This is the link, but it's just going to be an opportunity to go, what's the time? An afternoon tea break, have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and then we'll be back. And on the screen, it'll have the return time as well. Yeah. So there'll be a goodbye, a highlights, and then a return time. But please don't go looking for another link. This is the link that you need.
Stay on, and Northeast Valley against Hikarangi Bowling Club, the men's competition. 2:30 should be the timing. It will be, in fact. So a decent amount of time. And this one coming around nicely. This actually could be the bowl here, Alex. Ooh, what do you think? Gee, how's your measurement there? Your finger measurement? That'll tell us.
It's very close.
Charlie, you're going around on his forehand. Looking for something special, gee.
And if you are tuning in, I would just... You may get a friend request. If you're tuning into this, you may get a friend request from a profile called National Interclub Sevens. They've cloned or attempted to clone our Facebook page. So it's got a profile picture and a cover photo.
When you say they
are the spam people.
Okay.
It looks suspiciously like a Bowls New Zealand page. Mm-hmm. It's not. So if you get a friend request from a National Interclub Sevens, please decline it and please report it to Facebook. Just be very wary. You know, you're watching this on YouTube. That is the platform that we are broadcasting from at the moment. You won't be charged to watch it on YouTube. We don't want your credit card details. So please, if it seems a little bit suspicious, that's a great shot there from Charlie Yor. If it seems a bit suspicious, it is suspicious. Err on the side of caution. If you are wondering, just flick us an email, call us up at the office if you're wondering, and we can clarify it for you. But please be suspicious. If you see the National Interclub Sevens try and friend request you on Facebook, please decline and report to Facebook, and thank you for doing so. I get very frustrated with these, you know, I don't know who they are, Dave. Some sad little people.
There's a lot of people, and some of them earn quite well. Others just do it for a bit of spiteful fun. And in the meantime, that one just drops in. So we're looking at one for Gisborne at the present time. From that angle, it looks as though we've got a one for Gisborne with Charlie. You're just coming through. Oh, gee, he's going wide on this one, Alex.
Yeah, he's thrown that one out into the ether.
Yeah, I think we're going to forget that one.
Difficult down there, isn't it? It's difficult down there on that backhand there.
Yeah, that difficult down there on that backhand.
And I'm left-handed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you get a different angle.
Different angle.
Okay, so it should be just the one. Should be. We'll make sure of that.
And so we enter now the last end.
And it is just the one there for Gisborne. Last end, they can still come back. They'd have to do something almighty to do it. And
Nothing in the way to throw it up. All you've got to do is put it there.
Alex, so with your mathematics from 19 to 15, what are they going to need in the last end to win?
15 to 9.
Yeah, we're testing you here.
Well, they can't win, but they can get a 6 to draw it.
Exactly.
So
there you go. We tested your mathematics and you came through in the end.
I'm pretty pleased with myself. Interestingly, see, they've played 16 ends, and we think they've played 17 ends. So we'll just double check on that scoreboard because maybe they can win because if they've only played 16 ends, they've got 2 chances.
Exactly. Wow. If they don't shake hands, we'll know why.
I've also just noticed that massive building in the background. That wasn't there last time I was at Naenae.
And that was earlier this year.
I think it used to be a swimming pool situation. They're making a new swimming pool complex. I hope they have slides. You'd be disappointed if they didn't.
Well, this was something that you didn't see when you were there earlier this year.
No, just a field. Just a
that one, if it had a little bit more juice coming around, it'd be okay. And still the odd speckle of rain at the moment. I wonder, though, if you've got a high wall there, perhaps it goes any higher as well, whether that's going to alter the actual sunshine and light on the green.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too. It'll be interesting to see if it, even the wind can be impacted by large buildings.
Well, I mean, for any greenkeeper, light is extremely valuable to them. Mm-hmm. And they want it even across the whole green. So if they have one end that is particularly shaded, it's not going to help them. In the meantime, in the on the 18th or perhaps 17th, I'll just check on that. I'm sure one of our people outside can check on whether it is the 17th or the 18th because
I mean, regardless, Gisborne is going to need something pretty special here. So it's end 17, so this is the penultimate end.
Yep.
And it's super duper important that Pin is able to draw the shot with his third bowl because you need to get 6 points in 2 ends, and you're not going to do it if you're not holding the shot.
So they can still win. There you go. You were correct when it came to 18, but we're on the penultimate, that is.
Oh, that's disappointing there. It's 3 okay played bowls, and the difference isn't much on the delivery to get that bowl up, but he just didn't quite make it. And Phil with a chance to just about seal it up for the Auckland team. They're going to cross over holding 3. That's a lovely line. That's a very good bowl from Phil.
Where's it going? Is it? Oh, just misses.
Yeah, beautiful shot there.
But it's still just sitting behind, though, in a nice position.
Auckland certainly in the proverbial driver's seat here. They're up on the card by 6. They're holding 3 on the head. Gisborne, no bowls past the jack, so we're going to need to see some magic here from the Gisborne skip if they have any hope really of winning this game. You know, ideally you'd have wanted a 3 on this end, but they'll take 1.
Yeah.
They'll be happy if they can score the shot. So on the backhand side,
and Alex, just a thank you to the Naenae Club and the other clubs around the Wellington region for hosting. Of course, this is... Oh, got the nick, got the touch.
Just about perfect, but he's left the jack behind.
Yeah.
It was a great effort there.
So thank you very much to all the volunteers and all the officials at the clubs, also to our own team as well. We have Sarah pressing some buttons somewhere, hiding away. And also on the ground there, I think, who else have we got on the ground as well? Around the greens?
Others.
Yeah, we've got
members,
Brendan. Then this is a touch as well, but it stays.
Now we're going to have to see aggression here from the Gisborne skip. He'll be on his backhand. Those 2 bowls will go out. They'll disappear on his backhand. Look at that focus.
Gives it a little flick this time.
Yeah.
Not quite as smooth as perhaps he would have liked. You can see the little flick motion from the left-hander.
Needs it to get back. Oh, it's so frustrating as a bowler. He was a bowl off there. 1 bowl away. He's made absolutely no difference to the head. And he would have felt like he was close until it missed.
How far short's the green one?
Again, if Auckland can win this end, they've won the game.
Do points still count?
They do on a big countback, so
Yeah.
they will play out the final
Right.
end.
And you can see the rain just starting to come down again.
Be good for it'll be good for the swimming pools.
Not quite yet. So a lot of looking at each other. And let's have a look at Charlie. You're gone the other way with the backhand.
Now, he needs to have had less weight for it to turn enough. Look at this. Look, he's just a bowl wide. Same bowl again.
Exactly.
Goodness,
He's,
that's frustrating.
replicated it.
It's so frustrating as a bowler. So it's going to be a win to the Auckland Bowling Club in this pairs match, although they will play out the 18th end, provided this isn't the 18th end.
And gone very wide on this forehand.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, he's not too worried, is he?
Ah.
Well, okay, maybe he's a little bit worried based on that response.
All right, let's have a look now for the score. We're getting out the finger measurement. So it's 1, perhaps? 2.
2 there.
How many? 2.
And we're just checking. The score is a 2. However, we do have this last end to play.
So they'll play it out just because when it all comes out in the wash at the end of section play. Sometimes it goes to a
Yeah, it goes to the points. You would start off with wins,
yes,
and then there may be a couple of teams which have the same amount of wins, and by that stage it'll come down to the actual points as well.
He drew a shot. I drove it off.
And that's not a bad first bowl.
Thinking,
I'm sure he said 2, but
Did he?
the score's gone up by 1.
back in the same place.
That's a good shot.
yes.
Someone may not quite be correct. We thought it was 16, but okay, no, we're and
No, we must have been wrong.
yeah.
We're just wrong, Dave.
and that was working on Alex's mouse there.
Whoa, whoa. Isn't that the way? See,
Oh, look at that! Beautiful.
that's a great bowl, but isn't it frustrating as a bowler? You can struggle away, and the pressure comes off a little bit. You're suddenly, clearly 17-9 down, and suddenly the game becomes easy again. I'd just like quickly to mention as well, seeing as we are playing this event at the Naenae Bowling Club, it would be remiss of me not to mention the sad passing of George Benvenuti from the Naenae Bowling Club. He was a very, very well-known indoor and outdoor bowler, a massive sort of figure at the Naenae Bowling Club, and will be sadly missed. His funeral last week, so just like to acknowledge his passing there as we are playing at his club for this weekend.
Yeah, it's getting there a bit. The last 10 years I haven't played much at all, you know, just very rare.
So we hear the Skips just having a chat.
But it's just getting me on the green.
And it's the time it takes.
Exactly,
That's the thing that really gets me.
And it was a big part of my life too, so it took up a lot. Come on, mate.
Well, we are hearing about a life story.
Yeah, he's got a fascinating one.
And Nelson in Gisborne. I played professional back home.
Oh, nice. I actually grew up on motorbikes, so I used to race motocross and stuff all through my teenage years, and I've always had a motorbike my whole life, and
A bit of a hint.
oh, well, when I was a bit younger, yeah.
Why not?
Not going to say I wasn't. That's why you get a motorbike.
Exactly.
Great shot, mate.
There you go. We're hearing a lot about the lives and the loves of our particular bowlers. A lot more interesting than our bad mathematics here.
New Zealand or?
Scotland.
Right.
And
I'm not sure it was a great idea, but
great to actually hear this little conversation. Maybe they've forgotten that we're actually listening in, but that's all good.
That's one of the great things about bowls. You meet so many different people at bowls, Dave.
Well, we certainly met a few in Alexandra.
Yep. Just from
one particular crowd member helped us make it all over the world.
Well, there's no hope for a repeat of that at the Interclub, Dave. It was.
It's getting a little bit colder now, so perhaps not.
That was something, wasn't it?
It was.
Great for publicity.
This one just flipping around the back a little bit too far, though. It's not going to quite be sitting just behind. It has gone too far. So Charlie, you're at the moment the left-hander, walking off to the side, watching it come through. It's pretty straight, Alex.
Oh, he's got a follow through.
And is it
Too much of a follow through.
It looks that
Can I
way.
draw a shot there, Phil, or no? How much off?
And the second contest of the day, Hikarangi against Northeast Valley. Well, that'll be from 2:30 this afternoon. So you have just under 45 minutes before the second. And stay on this link. You don't need to go to a new one. And this bowl's coming around nicely, but it's going to be blocked. Gee, 1, 2, 3. Line up, people.
Yeah. So they're just essentially playing these bowls out, really. You can see there, I think the Auckland Fours must have finished that. Bevan Beckham in the background just disappeared out of our screens.
And this one's going straight, Alex. It's going to hit. Oh, I was just about to say it's going to hit, but it's zoomed on past. A little bit of a laugh at that particular one there from Charlie Yor.
Anyone's got to go, surely.
Stop.
And going particularly wide.
It's not going to turn. Straight down the boundary peg, look at it. You dirty rat.
So, Alex, the score in the fours.
Follow the boundary peg.
And I think we've got that score in the fours. I think it was Auckland at 22, Gisborne 10 in the fours.
Yeah,
that's completed. So looking like a great round for Auckland, winning the singles at 21-14. Then, of course, the fours at 22-10. And here in the pairs.
And a lovely bowl to finish with there from Charlie Yor.
Play well. Very good, very good.
So bit of a shake of the hands. The actual score. Sure if they're going to change the score just to make sure. Is it 17-10? We'll get that confirmed in just a moment. But either way, it was very nice there. And the Auckland team defeating Gisborne. Let's have a look at the little score. Just get that updated. There we go. Flick it over, boys. Just to make sure we've got the exact score.
Any moment now.
No, he's going to actually change it to zeros.
Okay, well, we'll just
Well,
go.
we know that Auckland won that.
We'll
but
commit.
There we go. It is zeros, but well done to the Auckland team. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
It was different that way to this way. It was another, oh, man, that was well played, mate.
Well, welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2023 National Interclub Sevens at the Naenae Bowling Club. I'm Dave Worsley, with me Alex Reid. And Alex, looking forward to this particular contest because it is the south versus north, north versus south, the North East Valley. And they are from Dunedin, of course,
Yes.
up against Hikarangi Bowling Club from just north of Whangarei. So north versus south there. And should be quite an entertaining contest.
Yeah, it should be good. And I can tell you that the Northeast Valley Pears team, as we see the jack overthrow over the first one, the Pears team, Dave Budge off the front and Keanu Darby skipping that. And then from Hikarangi Bowling Club, Jeff Cole the skip and Sam Nelson the lead. And then we're going to have a picture-in-picture at the top right too of the singles players, and that's Roger Stevens taking on Carl Van Haften.
And we may just get a little correction on some of the spelling that went up there for Keanu Darby. I think it was just a slight misspelling on one of our little words there. Just an E and a U at the end there. So we'll come back with that very shortly, make a little correction on his name. Want to get that as correct as possible. So it is Budge and Darby up against Nelson and Cole in the pairs, and as you mentioned also in the singles, it is Stevens and Van Haften up against each other there. So let's get ready now for this, the first bowl. You can see it coming down. What colour are we going to call that? We're going to call that the lime green. And there we go. Just come in quite tight there. So we'll give you the blue and the red and who's who. So we've got the blue bowl coming down at the moment.
And that's the Hikarangi one. And the red bowl, Northeast Valley.
Well, it's the first bowl was actually a bit of a greeny one, lime green, if you want to put it that way. So
maybe it's just a white bowl that hasn't been cleaned in a while.
Yeah, that looks like a bad fungus on it then.
Get some bleach on that and it'll clear it right up.
Exactly. So having a look there, they're 2 lime green bowls. That is from Northeast Valley. And now they're blue bowling here. So up first for Hikarangi is Sam Nelson.
Coming.
That one, a little bit of curve there.
Yeah, they're feeling each other, feeling it out sort of in the first couple of ends, even though they have had a couple of rounds worth of bowls. Now that is a stylish hat, Dave.
It is. Quite an open stance to start with, and then he steps around, doesn't he?
Oh,
so that is Dave Budge. Is it Dave Budge? Yes, it is Dave Budge. Now you can see where there's almost a line there. There's a little bit of rough.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, nice bounce. Nice sort of little bounce off, I guess.
And we see
Sam Nelson.
This is Sam Nelson just walking after his bowl. It's cutting across.
So what we're saying is you've got to go out a little bit wider on that side because it does get turned.
Yeah, particularly at the end of the track, the bowls seem to almost move at a right angle. So for every foot they go forward, they're turning almost a foot across the head. So they sort of duck away right at the end. Which can be really disappointing when you've played a bowl because it looks good for the first 2/3, and then you watch this bowl just sort of disappear.
Ecstasy to anguish. Now, who we got up here?
Jeff Cole now on his backhand. I think he's lining up on his backhand. Another man with a very stylish hat, Jeff Cole. Oh, there we go. That's nice full follow through. Now that's the line that you'll be wanting to take and just waiting for it to turn at the end. More heavy than wide there, Dave. So his green was pretty good.
So up now, and we do have. So coming up now.
This is Keanu Darby.
And he's mic'd up.
Yes, yeah, you'll be able to hear him at some point. I'll just get that under control. He's been a very good bowler. I think he's now achieved his Bowls Dunedin Gold Star. And he's just sort of zipping past.
Sails past.
So the first bowler both skips just a little bit heavy there.
Well, no commentary so far or comments at all from the bowlers themselves compared to our last contest where we got everything all the way.
Well, the last one got louder as it went on too, didn't it?
Yeah, and about motorbikes and who did what and where.
And Keanu on his forehand. There's one that's come through the development ranks really. The youth bowls. And that bowl, look at that, just ducking away, zipping away some distance. He's playing with Air Optimus, so they are turning bowl to be fair. It'll be interesting to see. We saw the players in the previous game we watched, Dave, struggle a little on this rink just to find their consistency. Keanu going for a walk just to have a look at the head. That may be even more for his benefit, really, just to calm down in that singles game. Hikarangi scoring a 3 on the first end against Roger Stevens.
That's a great start.
Good start for Carl Van Huften. And the rain.
And
look
there
at
we
the
go.
rain.
That is pretty heavy too.
It might be too late.
And Well, the Northlanders may not be so happy about that.
You're pretty close.
But then the people from Dunedin will say the same thing. We don't get rain down here. It's almost as if it's one angle only.
So, I mean, it doesn't really change. Keanu should...
Run down, look for the jack, eh? Okay.
What?
Wow.
Okay, so aggression early from Keanu Darby. Said run down, look for the jack. So he's going to look, maybe put the jack in the bin for a number. This is a sign of intent. What hand's he going to play it on? That's the question. Looks like a backhand. Early on, aggression here from the Northeast Valley pairs skip. Big weight on the backhand. Is he not holding?
It was very straight.
Oh, yeah.
All the way it was straight.
Just a clear run.
Find out.
Oh, I understand what's happened.
Go on, please inform me.
That's Dave Budge. In the blue. Is it? Yes. Yeah. So we were just a bit confused there. Apologies to the... Yeah. Apologies to the viewers. I don't know why I thought that. So 2-2 Hikarangi. Batter Sam Nelson with the beautiful hat. And
okay, so let's make sure
Dave Budge
just
is
joined
the
in.
lead.
Wearing the red.
Yes.
The red colour. Now, we're going for Northeast Valleys, correct?
Wearing the red colour is Hikarangi, and they are on the blue side of the scoreboard, because that makes sense. And wearing the blue is Northeast Valley, and they're on the red side of the scoreboard.
Which is an Otago blue, and you've got the Otago shorts.
That's the one. So apologies there, team, that the commentary would have been nonsensical to anybody who knew who was what. But we got there in the end. So this here is definitely the Hikarangi lead, Sam Nelson, and he played well on the first end, scoring 2 there, which is why Keanu Darby was aggressive with his last bowl. All under control. We got there in the end, Dave.
And that's a very nice first bowl as well. It's just sitting in front of
Oh, look at this here. That's a great bowl from Dave Budge.
It takes the jack with it.
His will be an easy name for you to remember.
Yep, we know a few badges from different things.
There he goes.
And that is some quite heavy rain, but it doesn't seem so from one end.
Yeah, they're extremely good cameras, and they often pick up the rain and make it look a little bit more dramatic than what it is. I know when we were in Australia on the monitor, we thought, oh, it's raining, we need to run outside. And we ran outside, it was like a light spittle sort of coming down, which was a pleasant surprise. It's probably not quite as rainy as it looks. And here we have, this is Dave Budge on his forehand. Calvin Budge, a relative, of course, lost the New Zealand Fours final this year. He was playing with Riker Gregory, lost to Paul Matheson, Rodney Graney and co.
And we've sent Colin outside to check on the rain. He said it's not too bad, but he's still not overly enthusiastic about it. We'll stay inside. Thanks, Cole.
Great call. And Sam Nelson on his forehand.
So quite an interesting mixture of bowls for these first 3 each. Well, this is the third one coming down now for Budge.
Yeah.
You can see it's not overly, it's not easy. You really have to swing it around quite wide, and it's quite short to bring it around.
Bit of a laugh there from Dave Budge. The yeah, it'll be an intriguing game to watch, really. See, they make their way back down. And 2 to Hikarangi on the first end is a good start for them. So this here, Jeff Cole from the Hikarangi Bowling Club. What's on his hat? Word. It's got a word.
A little bit difficult to tell on that out.
Here we go. So Jeff Cole willing this bowl back in. Beautiful green, just not quite got the weight right. And Keanu on his forehand. A very deliberate delivery style. He's not narrow. Look how much that bowl came back. That's a beautiful line, really, with the Zero Optima bowls. That's a noise I wasn't expecting to hear today. Like a very small elephant has escaped. And Jeff Cole here on the forehand, looking to clear the front. Not to beat, so still 1 to Dave Budge's blue bowl.
Yeah,
Which
just
sits
inside,
at
Jane.
1 o'clock to the jack. Keanu on the forehand. His bowls are a turning bowl, so this will come back. It just depends on what his speed is like. Coming back into the head. Good green. 2 seconds, asks Jeff Cole. He may be looking to chip this bowl out. Oh, what a bowl.
Oh, that's superb. How did he get it through there? It's a nice start. Great finish to the completion of the, wow, second end.
That's the Hikarangi team saying, you know,
Yeah.
Northeast Valley might be the known name here, but we've got here by winning our centre Interclub title, and we're not frightened to have a go at it.
Well, you're saying that Northeast Valley may be the better known club. However, Hikarangi Club now up to, well, this was early, about a year ago that is. Last year had around about 40 full playing members and another 20 or so social, known as Hika. 20 k's north of Whangarei. And yeah, it's certainly a club that, you know, is doing pretty well.
Yeah, and the
One of the
Northland,
hubs.
yeah,
such.
the Northland Centre are a strong centre. Lots of competitive players there, and they travel. Well, I always enjoy it because they travel along. You know, Northland's a spread out place. They travel long distances to go to centre events, and then we have the audacity to complain in the more compact centres of, you know, you go half an hour across town. You know, goodness gracious, I have to travel 40 minutes for bowls, whereas the Northlanders will hop in a car at 5 o'clock in the morning to get there. So really, they love their bowls and a very competitive group. Good start there, good bowl.
Oh,
from
only
Jeff
1,500
Cole, the
people.
lead.
1,500 people in the whole town, or thereabouts anyway.
So 40 is a pretty good percentage.
Yeah, it is really. I mean, having been so close to places such
That's
as
about right.
Kamo and places like that, yeah, that helps it out. And Kirikiri, probably about 45 minutes up the road as well.
Of course, that's the oldest stone building in New Zealand, isn't it? The
Stone House,
the
yeah.
general, the general store there.
Oh, we've got a lot to teach you in history and geography as well. We'll get there.
We'll get there. One day.
Exactly.
So this Jeff Cole, the lead. I've been informed that it was written down on the sheet the wrong way around. So Jeff Cole's the lead. And Sam Nelson, the skip.
We might be able to have a few more results from earlier today as well. What do you think about that, Alex? We'll give you a few minutes.
Yeah, give me an ends time. But if
Yeah.
you want to skip ahead and get the spoilers before we announce it on the live stream, they are available on the Bowls New Zealand website. If you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, all the results have been updated for round 2.
So we've got a couple of tests for you coming up very shortly there, Alex. We're going to test you on the players again, just to reconfirm who is who. But before that, we'll let you carry on with your search for results. In the meantime, just this is looking good. It's going to hold. Oh, gee, that late turn, but it pushes the other one. No,
Not quite.
it's going to block the jack though.
So a reasonable start from the leads here.
Now, Northeast Valley Bowling Club, 1905. There you go. One of the older clubs, I would suggest.
What a great shot there from Budge.
Pretty handy anyway.
Somewhere on the Bowls Dunedin website is a history of the Northeast Valley Bowling Club for
Well,
their centenary.
Kernahan's from there, so it's got to be around for a while.
What are you saying?
He'll be okay with me saying that. Known each other for a long time.
That's good. So I can't confirm the results through. I'll read out some after the completion of this end.
All right, we're looking forward to that.
See the Hikarangi skip here on his forehand. He just played an absolute bomb on the previous end to kill it, and they scored a 2 on the first end. And on the opting to play the forehand side to the left of our screen with this bowl. Look how much those bowls that once they start swinging, they don't stop. A big swoop at the end. So Keanu Dubby looking to add a bonus. He would have been tempted to play his backhand side to our right here, but it just must look slightly easier to get down and play the forehand side, which is to our left as we see it. Holding the 1, but you can see that Hikarangi's got second, third and fourth shot, the 2 at 12 o'clock and 1 at 4 o'clock. So it's a lonely, you'd call it a lonely one. It's a lonely, very lonely blue bowl sitting there. Willing this bowl down, he could get unlucky. No, he's just going to go searching by. It would have been a heart and mouth moment there as that bowl approached the opposition blue bowl.
Takes a big stride, stays down low, going out wide. Alex, has he got the turn?
Yes, he does. Look at this here from Keanu Darby. Oh, where's it gone? Where's the jack gone? I can see the little feather of a bowl there, and that's unhelpful, to be honest.
It is a little bit. We can't quite see it on the screen, but it took off.
I reckon they should play a game where you take a picture of a head. I think they used to. You'd have a picture of a head and find the jack. And now the singles is in the way. But you can see there, that was a good shot from Keanu Darby. Holding. No, he's 1 down, isn't he? So he snuck the jack over because that bowl that sits at 10 o'clock is from the Hikarangi Bowling Club. So he played a good bowl, but was unlucky, really. And look at that, nearly a bonus bowl there. So Keanu's got 1 bowl left. He's now 1 down on the head. He's got second shot. We know he can be aggressive. I wonder if we'll see a drive here from Keanu. Try and chip the shot bowl out.
2 seconds, eh, Budgie?
Oh, brilliant.
2 seconds?
That's why he's asking.
No, I think it's only 1.
He still wants to hit it though.
Yeah, it's a measure. Might only be 1.
Yeah, so we're going to see Keanu Darby attack this, try and chip the bowl out. You can hear a car losing its tiny little mind in the background. So Keanu on the backhand opting not to attack it after asking if he had 2 seconds. How's your weight? He's got a beautiful line. Not to beat. So 1 to the Hikarangi Club. And just to reconfirm, and this for the final time, that's 1 to the Hikarangi Club, and that pairs team, Sam Nelson is the skip, Jeff Cole is the lead with the fancy hat, although they both have wonderful hats, Sam and Jeff. But Jeff Cole the lead, Sam Nelson the skip, as you can see there on your screen, and the other team, the Northeast Valley pairs team, Dave Budge is the lead, and Keanu Darby is the skipper, and they are in the blue, playing on the red side of the scoreboard. And that's mainly, it's red and blue because of where they sit on the draw, so red's to the left, blue's to the right. It's got nothing to do, it's not connected to the uniform. I don't know why. Well, that's fine. So this here is Jeff Cole on his forehand side. And pulling up a bowl short.
And a real flick behind the back there almost on the delivery there. Really interesting the way that he does that.
I can quickly tell you too, I'm just looking through the results. I'll just go through the leading contenders after 2 rounds. So in section 1 of the Women's Interclub, there are 2 clubs that are on 4 match points, which means that they've won both rounds, and that's the Tauranga Bowling Club and the Kerikeri Bowling Club. They both got 4 match points. In section 2 of the Women's Interclub, there are Victoria Bowling Club and Papakura Bowling Club are on 4 match points, so they are leading that section. In section 3, we have Nelson Bowling Club on 4.
And we just had a little touch of the jack
See
there.
that trail. Nelson Bowling Club on 4 and Martinborough on 4. Remember, Nelson Bowling Club be one of the favourites, and they've not lost a game yet. They've won 6 out of 6. And in section 4, we've got Takapuna Bowling Club and Northeast Valley Bowling Club on 4 out of 4. Takapuna 2, 6 out of 6. So I think there we see 2 of the titans of this interclub match, and the Takapuna Bowling Club and the Nelson Bowling Club neither of them have dropped a game yet in this Interclub 7's section play. And I'll tell you more about the men's ones later on, but that's how we're feeling for the women's. And again, if you want to go and find that for yourself, available on the Bowls New Zealand website.
Right, so up on the mat at the moment, who have we got there, Alex?
Budge.
There we go. That is Dave Budge from Northeast Valley.
Yep. And a well-known bowling family as well, the Budges.
The weight was really good.
And based on the style of his bowl, I would say that that was probably one of the very early coloured bowls that we had, because when we first moved to coloured bowls, they were almost that matte, the matte colour. They weren't shiny, they were like a, dull's not the right word, but that's what the coloured bowls looked like right at the beginning. So they probably date back to the mid-noughties, I would say, 2004, 2005.
Well, as long as they're not the type that annoys Macbeth, which is the multicoloured ones that they use in Australia a lot.
Yes.
That annoy is probably a subtle way of saying it.
They certainly give you the jitters when you watch them. And this here, the skip for the Hikarangi team, Sam Nelson. I wonder if they had a conversation about the hats that they're wearing, the Hikarangi team, because they are, they're flamboyant hats, aren't they? They sort of stick out there, which I think is good. Whereas Kanu's just gone for you.
Shook his head a little bit there.
You know, that's the beanie there isn't going to keep the sun out of your eyes, is it? It might keep your head warm.
I would have thought it would have been more the Hikarangi bowlers who might have needed a little bit more
sun protection.
Well, sun protection, it's more about keeping warm.
Look at this here, Keanu on the back end, just reaching through. He hasn't really found his range, and the one time he did, he accidentally gave the shot away, trailed the jack around the corner, popped it out to the side and dropped a 1 to the Hikarangi bowl. So Sam Nelson now on his back end. It's quite nice to have one of those bowls that are short. That one there is going to go past, because it gives you something to aim at as a skip. You think, well, I just need to sneak around that bowl and then I'll draw the shot, which is essentially what's happened there. That's beautiful bowling from Sam Nelson.
And Keanu Darby here takes a big swing, stays in the position.
This is very close here.
So tell me, Alex, what is happening in that singles?
Oh, good effort.
Hikarangi's going well, I would suggest. 8-1 to Carl Van Haften over Roger Stevens.
What a great start.
You'd be pretty pleased if you're Hikarangi. Roger Stevens needs no introduction, really. He either won or got runner-up in the Dunedin Open singles this year, I think I saw it. And it sort of got down to the quarterfinals of the Nationals. He lost a New Zealand mixed pairs final. So he's been around the traps, and Carl Van Haften, you don't put mugs in the singles berth, but certainly a player that's less well known than Roger, and an 8-1 lead, he'll be happy with that. And the singles is so important in this because everyone sees how the singles is going. If the singles can get finished first, the momentum switch is incredible. Look at this from Keanu Darby. What a bowl. What a shot. Drawing the shot. That's good. That'll give him a bit of confidence there.
And how many are we looking at?
It'll be 1 to the North East Valley team. So the first time they're on the board now. 1-3 after 3 ends.
Now, Alex, being the fashionable man that you are.
Thank you.
When it comes to headwear,
yeah,
I know there's restrictions as such for what you can wear. They're very loose. But for headwear, is there any restrictions there?
The only restrictions would be sponsor related. So if you had something emblazoned on your hat that clashed with an event sponsor, but other than that, you can wear whatever. That's obviously not always been the case. You know, there was a famous argument in the 70s with Nick Ankovic.
Oh, you wouldn't want to argue with him.
He wore a floppy hat, so one of those like I don't even know what you call them. Not a peaked cap, but like a floppy...
Fisherman's hat?
Yeah, floppy hat sort of situation that are quite fashionable now. And the officials at the time didn't think that was
Never
very good.
Argue with a Yugoslav.
Well...
it's just not good.
Yeah,
half the family, you don't want to argue with half my family.
Yeah, he did win the argument, and floppy hats became quite common and popular in bowl. So not always been the case, but nowadays, yeah, for sure, any hat goes as long as it protects your eyes from the sun. I've even seen hats with solar panels on them, Dave. Solar panels and little fans. Little fan buzzes away on the solar panel. The solar panel goes. Or I thought they were cool in theory. Now, Budge.
Great direction.
Willing his bowl to pull up. They are certainly some of the earlier coloured bowls. They had no such thing as a speckled bowl back then. It was just a solid colour.
So coming around on his backhand. He's maybe got a little bit too strong.
Yeah, just slightly overplayed. It's going to be a really good battle between these two leads, I feel, Dave. They're both very steady bowlers. Dave Budge on his backhand.
Interesting, no one's trying the forehand at the moment.
You do find that leads in particular, you tend to pick one side of the rink and stick to it. So you'd go on your forehand on the way down and your backhand on the way up, sort of thing.
Now, since we're inside, we might need a weather report from Colin. Should we send him outside again?
I mean, we may as well. You know, go outside and twirl around in the rain.
Oh, there we go. That's on the other side. Oh, no, it's not. Gee, for a second, I thought we were going to go down the forehand. No.
He hit the ground when he let it go. And I can never tell with bowlers if that means it's good or bad. I tend to, I'll tap the ground if I think it's a good bowl. I don't know why. But some do it when they think it's a bad bowl. And it can be really disappointing if you're on the team and they think it's a good one and it's not. As we see the thumbnail in your top right, Roger Stevens has just scored a 3. And the blue bowls. So he'll be pleased with how that's progressing. Keanu Darby on the backhand side, so his lead with the 2 blue bowls, one at 12 and one at 6 o'clock.
Well, we wouldn't call it wintry conditions. We've still got more of that to come over the next few months, but Colin's racing out there to give us a weather report very shortly. And to come back, it's nice to send someone else outside.
And he's thrilled about it too, Dave.
Yes, yes.
Oh dear. I think we could safely say that there's some rain outside.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's not raining in Raumati because it never does. And Macbeth will keep us up to date with that.
Here we go, Keanu on the backhand side. That's a good bowl there.
Yeah, shot, mate.
Oh, that's just, is it going to drop in? And there it goes. It drops in. Lovely stuff there from Northeast Valley. But in the meantime, Hikarangi. Just taking his time. Stays down low.
On the forehand, he's narrow there, Dave. It's going to hook across the screen as we see it.
Gee, that's a huge turn.
It seems to be once the bowl, it's only if they're underneath the line, eh? You know, if they're a little bit narrow, it almost exaggerates how narrow they are.
Well, Alex Reid, I'm not sure what they're doing in the singles, but gee, they're turning it around fairly quickly. And it went from 8-1 to, well, 8-5.
I think they just want to get it back inside.
Quite possibly. They're scoring some big numbers at the moment in the singles. It's in a race to get to 21, of course, and they're certainly racing away with it. Whereas here in the pairs, we're taking our time, but gee, this is a bit spread out. Where are you going to go on this one, Alex? If you have a look at the shot.
You do expect, you know, he'll expect there to be room.
And on the forehand.
Just trying to, he's trying to trail it back to the two bowls that sit at 5 o'clock to your screen.
And not a chance. So we are looking at.
It's going to be a number.
Well, we're not too sure what we're looking at here because there's a lot of two. There you go.
Very good. Glad that was clarified for us by Budge.
There we go. So 2, making it 3 apiece. And into the 5th, and it is a 3 each in this. Well, yep, into the 5th, as we said. It's getting a little bit murky and a little bit not nice. Just about everybody else who doesn't have to be out is inside the clubhouse now.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit nippy, isn't it? You know, you get that sort of weather.
Unpleasant.
This time of the year sometimes.
Well, from what we understand in Auckland, it is very nice, which people in Wellington we say, no, it's not. And if you're hearing a little bit of clanging and banging in the background, well, that is the trucks and cranes and hammers and things. It's not us. It is actually at the reconstructing of the swimming pool there, just next to the bowls club.
I think it's replacing quite an old swimming complex at the risk of aging. Brett O'Reilly, he was saying that it had been there for like.
That was his old region, wasn't it?
Around.
Was this his Brett O'Reilly, his former club? I think when he grew up. It may
would have been around there or thereabouts, wouldn't he? You know, it was sort of in that area.
And yeah, he said that his grandparents took him to the club, and it's pretty much where he learnt. And still a little bit damp out on the green, but the players continue. And I don't know what you can see here, Alex, but on the singles, there's a whole wall right in front of the jack.
Oh, look at that. What a good shot that was from the Hikarangi lead.
Finding it here as well.
Yep.
Beautiful bowl from Jeff Cole there. Almost rhymes if you say that, doesn't it? Not quite.
Well, I've got to say that Sam Nelson, he needs to perhaps replace his shoes. Do I see a couple of holes there in the toe of his shoe?
They may have seen sometimes, I think.
Yes.
Here we go, Jeff Cole. So he's put one bowl close. That's interesting. So Sam Nelson now saying you've put one close, just look to draw one past, and the logic there is that the jack is likely to move. So this is a preemptive bolt. Sort of you're trying to change what shot the opposition is going to play.
And certainly the banging and clanging has got a little bit louder and more consistent from the building side. And a little bit of a comeback there from Northeast Valley in the singles. Carl Van Haften has worked it back up.
Incredible, it's 5-8, isn't it? So you've got those 13 points scored, and
well, he's actually, I think Van Haften's actually made it even closer. I believe he's up to 7.
As we see back on the main screen, Keanu.
Good effort.
Yeah, and look how much that bowl's going to turn at the very end of its track. Once you go underneath the line, the bowls just seem to come across the head, Dave. I do think the score in that other game will be 7-8, 6-8.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, just the one.
6-8 to Hikarangi, and that's a disappointing bowl there from the skipper of the Hikarangi pair, Sam Nelson. Just didn't really give himself a chance. So an opportunity now for Keanu. One down. He's got second shot, so he'll be looking. You can see the weight he wants to play it with. This is very close to perfect. That is a perfect bowl.
Yeah, well done.
There we go. Well
Absolutely magnificent. I would have been a little bit more, and perhaps a little bit more excited than Dave Budge was. But I suppose you don't want to make your skip think they were any good, Dave. It's a great bowl from Keanu Darby, just trailing the jack away from the shot bowl, but not to be outdone. Look at this here from Sam Nelson. Oh, could have done with a wick. Just passing through. So Keanu on the forehand.
Yeah, well done,
Sky
mate.
falling down on the singles match.
just about.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got it ready.
That's 3. Look at those 3 great bowls there from Keanu Darby. He's holding 3, and they're his bowls that are counting. That's a sign of an effective skip, really. And Sam Nelson under all sorts of pressure here. It's a big bowl. It's a big bowl, and we'll see it soon. We'll see it any time. Okay, watch the body language.
Yeah, mate. Fuck. Keep him with that, yeah.
The body language is good, and that was a good shot. Look at that there from Sam Nelson.
Shot.
Brilliant bowl.
We're spread out quite a way to the right. And so we're looking at a, what was it, a 1?
That was 1 to Hikarangi there, so they turned that head around. Keanu Darby drew for 3, and Sam Nelson, the Hikarangi skip, went, oh, that's fine. And he just drew the shot, so 1 to Hikarangi, so 4-3. That was a great shot.
Now, this bit of dampness that we've had, it was quite heavy for a little while earlier on, but since then it's just been a gradual, just hanging around. How is that going to affect the green? Is it going to have much effect at all?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and we spoke about it when we were in Australia, because there is a difference. So on New Zealand greens, because it's a water weed, what tends to happen is if it drizzles a little bit, your green speeds up.
Which seems kind of backwards.
It does seem backwards. It gets faster, and then it slows down, and then it slows down some more if it dries off. So
none
eventually,
of that really, of course it makes sense, but none of it would seem to make sense.
it's not super intuitive. You know, it's not what you would expect. So it's something you have to look at. This bowl. That's a great bowl from Jeff Cole. As players, you sort of have to bank what you're experiencing in the moment. So if you let a bowl go and you're aiming for the 2 metre mark and you overshoot it by a metre, then it's sped up. And if it's drizzling, you go, it makes sense that it was sped up because we know that's what happens.
Right.
You're good.
So it's just about, I think you just have to be really in tune with what's happening. So it'll briefly get quicker and then it's a gradual slowing down sort of thing. And if the sun comes out and the green starts drying off, all the steam in the water comes back out of the green and slows it down some more, which is why it slows down even further if the sun does come out. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question there, Dave. The green changes is my answer. Is that it sort of vaguely works?
So you can't necessarily prepare for it too early.
Yeah.
Prepare for it in the moment.
Yeah. It's about, I think, what I would say is just about being aware of how the bowl is feeling. So if you look at it, same as if it's windy, you know the conditions are changing. So just be alert for if your bowler is doing what you want it to do, and then make an adjustment from there. So it's more just about being able to change it quickly what you're aiming for. And Jeff Cole here, he's been playing well this game on his back end. Nice delivery. That's lovely stuff there. What a bowl. Good shot.
Touches it and pushes it close to his other bowl as well.
Wait. Hurry, mate. Hurry.
That's a good shot.
Wide.
Look at that. This has been such a great battle between the leads so far. If you are... Oh, I'll say it after this actually. So we'll just watch the end of this end.
And a little bit of laughter there from a couple of the players, Dave Budge and Jeff Cole.
Really good spirit this game is played in, isn't it? You know, we saw that in the previous match as well, just the good spirit that it was played in. And a couple of anecdotes too that we got to hear from the players.
Motorcycling and all. I think what makes it even better is that you really do have a team from Dunedin, long way south through to Hikarangi.
We did, to be fair, we did need a profanity buzzer, but we were a bit late pressing the button at one point.
Sometimes real is best.
I think we just have a big red button that you press if someone's going to make a bit of a noise.
The thing with working in radio and TV when you have talkback.
Play a good shot and drop two.
Yeah.
And as a producer, you forget to press it or you're not quite on song, and some things do make it to
swing
air.
just past the green there.
Yeah, even round to here will be all right.
Oh, there we go.
Danger both ways, really.
Yeah.
Well, he gave him an option of go wherever you want, effectively.
Essentially that's what he said there.
I don't mind which way you go, just make it good.
The conversation there was the blue bowl of North East Valleys is the shot which sits at 3 o'clock to the jack. If you try and draw a second shot, you could accidentally give it away very easily there. So that's the problem. So they've opted to just leave it alone and let Hikarangi do the work. Oh.
Almost fell over at the end, and that's going to be going quite a long way over to the right already.
I think he gave us a hint with how he let go that bowl.
Yeah.
But he wasn't super duper happy with it.
No.
Out of bounds.
So talking about particular traits that people have when they've got a good or a bad bowl, you were saying that you tap on the ground sometimes. What's some of the more unusual ones that you've seen?
Good question. Very good question.
Because I'm sure there's a few people that just, you're looking at them beforehand, they may do a particular thing. Afterwards, after they've released the bowl, they may do a particular thing.
I think one of the more famous ones is we just watch Sam Nelson's bowl here. He just needs this bowl to come back in there. One down on the head. He's going to go drifting past. But one of the more famous ticks, if you will, would be Joe Edwards, who's our most successful ever female bowler. And she'll play a bowl, and then she looks at her feet, walks 3 or 4 steps to her right, looks up and sniffs once or twice. Usually the sniffing happens if she thinks it's good. So she'll play the bowl, look down, walk to her right, and then she'll look up and you get a sniff in, 1 or 2 sniff in, as she's watching the bowl come
And is
into
she
the
aware
head.
of this?
She will be now because people have She's done it for about 20 years, and I'm sure people have asked.
I'm sure someone's pointed it out.
But it's part of, you know, we talk about a pre-shot routine. Why not have a post-shot routine? If you do the same thing every time in any sport, you create an automatic response. And I think that's I don't think it's a negative, but certainly that'd be that's the one that sticks out to me. Is a very clear after she plays a bowl. That's what Joe Edwards does.
I can tell if you in tennis that Novak Djokovic, how many times he bounces the ball. A lot of people have counted that, but there was one particular player who used to bounce the ball 26 times before serving.
26.
Yeah, Djokovic isn't quite as bad as that. It's certainly a number. There's other players who in between rallies, like Maria Sharapova, never stepped on a line on the court. I mean, obviously when she was running, she would, but in between, would never step on a line.
That's interesting.
A few things like that. You can see particular stances that, say, kickers in rugby would have, and how many steps forward and back, which is fine. That's just to get their step. But there was certainly some particular stances. The most famous one was, well, one of the most famous ones, Johnny Wilkinson, who bent right over and then clasped his hands together. That was quite unusual. A few others now do something similar, not quite as extreme.
I think, on a different note, I think our umbrella's fallen over people.
It has.
If you just want to deal with that, at the singles thumbnail, I can see half of an umbrella.
Something that's fallen over.
Or maybe it's someone else's
satellite. Satellite has crashed down from Earth, and we have Northeast Valley really coming back. Roger Stevens was down 1-8 and now leading 9-8.
Yeah, interesting. It's going to be an intriguing game to see if the Hikarangi singles player Carl Van Haften.
This is pretty nice though, coming in.
Can stop the rot, and what a good shot that was there from Jeff Cole, the Hikarangi lead. It's been a great battle, this pairs game. I've enjoyed it, and I think the fact that we're on N7 and it's only 4 apiece, again, like that, the other game we watched, it's been, in the early sort of stages of this game, pretty evenly matched. Lots of 1s and 2s going backwards and forwards.
Be fat.
Make the back one.
And looks as though Colin is about to fix that. No, Brendan's out there, sorry. He's about to fix our umbrella, our satellite that's fallen down. Satellite from space.
Brilliant. And here we go. So this here, Jeff Cole on his forehand.
Cole's had a pretty good 3 bowls.
So on the crossover, Hikarangi holding 1. But it's a good enough, you know, Keanu has no more than 2 bowls worth of room to draw the shot there. So on the crossover as Hikarangi, you think, well, we might drop a point, but it's going to have to be a couple of really good bowls from Keanu. You know, you'd sort of expect Hikarangi to score at least a 1-ish here. Keanu will have a different opinion, of course.
Keep coming, mate. Keep coming.
I think Brendan's umbrella's shrunk in the wash. Oh dear.
In the meantime, 4 each in the pairs as we're playing the 7th. And the bowl you can see just in front of the jack. Well, that is from that was from Jeff Cole.
I suppose the good thing about a small umbrella is you got no danger of being blown away with it, do you?
Yes. And in the singles, it's a real grouping around the jack. Really can't tell who's going to take that one.
So Hikarangi's still holding 1 here. Keanu, I don't think there's a
Probably
shot on the
awkward
forehand
now.
anymore.
Yeah, he's going to have to sneak it narrowly
Right there.
around the backhand side.
Get onto
Yeah.
that. Onto that. You got a few chances there.
That's the suggestion.
Oh.
Play it on the backhand. With just wait to that back blue that you see at 12 o'clock to the screen. You know, you're just looking for 3 or 4 rolls on the shot bowl. The shot bowl at 12 o'clock, 3 or 4 rolls on that, and you'll sit with 2. If you get it square, you're popping the jack back to the 6 o'clock mark. This is close here from Keanu Darby. Beautiful. That was a beautiful effort. You know, the weight absolutely perfect. Just a bowl wide. A good shot. Unsuccessful, but well played.
There's a lot of waving there. Let's see if he can follow up on that waving, that direction.
On the back end.
Keep that same weight, you reckon?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that weight. You get onto years, especially if you get onto that one.
Yeah, well, that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good call there from Dave Budge. It's just saying keep your weight the same. Go through the bowl at 12 o'clock. You're not going to end up worse off.
Exactly. In the meantime, in the singles, it is Calvin Hafton who's made the comeback. Sorry, that is Roger Stephens who has made the comeback against Calvin Hafton.
9-8. Need to score some more points.
Wait for this score to go up in the singles. Very vital encounter.
Supposed to be 5-4, is it?
And that score, the jack going a little bit too far.
So Keanu, he's taking a tighter line here. He needs the bowl to go for a walk. He's under, it's more, if you look at where the weight finished, that was more that he let the weight off a little bit there. He probably could have added a metre to that line and been okay. He'll be disappointed with that, Keanu Darby.
And it is another end, just the one, to North East Valley, Calvin Hafton. In fact, he's won the last 3, make that 4, I believe.
I think the way,
One down.
I think the way Keanu Darby
That board's down as well.
unceremoniously
Yeah.
piffed the mat onto the ditch would indicate some disappointment there. So Hikarangi in front. Looks like a very warm vest, doesn't it, that Dave Budge is wearing?
It does.
You won't be feeling the weather situation.
This should be 5-all, shouldn't it?
Oh, there's a discussion about the score.
Well, he
That
had
5-all.
mentioned
Yeah,
5-4
we've done
to
it.
start with. So he mentioned 5-4 during the actual end. Whether or not he had it wrong.
Maybe he thought he might have thought North East Valley was on 5, and that Hikarangi was on 4. We'll just keep our eye on that, I suppose. And there you can see in the background, for those wondering, what's escaping from the window. That's the broadcast centre. So the cables for the cameras coming out of there.
We can send
around
the
place.
one of the boys out there a little bit. Either Colin or Brendan out to take a closer look. They love going outside in the rain.
Dave Budge on his back end. Let it go pretty smooth. Wanting it to hold.
Go on.
Just the smallest snick of the jack there. That's what I was going to say. If you are looking for results on the Oceania event that's going on, that's also available on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and the Bowls New Zealand website. If you just go there, there's something called the Oceania, the Digicel Oceania
Wouldn't change
Hub.
a lot.
Click on that and the results for the first couple of rounds are up on that on there too. That will be a wonderful event, and looking forward to bringing the finals day on live broadcast on Monday. It'll be on Monday by the time we get around to it.
Too narrow.
Dave Budge underneath the line here.
Too far.
Lovely weight. Just underneath the line. And Jeff Cole, I think, probably playing slightly better than Dave Budge at the moment. So we see some aggression on the singles thumbnail. Look at that.
Wow.
Cannon the short bowl onto the jack. And back here, that's great
Yeah,
bowls
mate.
there
Keep that
from
weight.
Jeff Cole. Unlucky in a way because he's opened up the chance for Dave Budge to trail the jack back to the 2 blue bowls, you see. So Dave's just staying on the back end, be looking for a trail.
Oh, Alex, here you go, testing your knowledge.
Oh, gone narrow
Which
again.
male player has 5 or
Good.
more
Chance.
titles in this competition? 5 or more National Interclub titles.
Is Neville Hill one of them, Dave?
If it is, then I haven't seen his name there enough times. There's one very obvious one who stands out as either a, I guess, the singles player or a lead.
Kelvin Scott. Terry Scott.
Gary Lawson.
Gary Lawson. I was getting there.
Well, he's played one pair. He's had a couple of pair wins as well, actually. So I shouldn't just assign him the singles. But yeah, he's had the last 2 occasions. He's been the pairs for Nelson. For Elmwood Park.
Yep.
Prior to that, he was with Eastbourne and the pairs.
Oh, we're seeing aggression here. Sorry, Dave, to interrupt you.
Go for it. It's straight through, though.
What he was going for, that's brilliant. So there was the danger is the 3 blue bowls at the back. So what Sam thought is, well, I'll just get rid of the 3 blue bowls at the back.
In the end, came out with nothing.
Yeah, it was a clever thought. Missed it by a smidgen. I like that call, though. Instead of trying to cover, he just thought those blue bowls, he just tried to remove them from the rank entirely. And oh, Keanu, what are you doing? Does he? I mean, here's an interesting question. Does he try to get rid of them again? He's going for the 3 blues. He's doing it.
Here we go.
Maybe he's not doing it.
No, that's a bit more subtle.
How disappointing. I was quite looking forward to that.
Wow. When it comes off, it looks spectacular.
It does. So Gary Lawson.
Yeah, Lawson, he was Elmwood Park twice, then Eastbourne and another club. Let's have a look. Another one as well. He's
Probably could go there.
a few places.
Go
Also
around
Hornby Domain.
Yep.
And I believe there was another one as well as we scroll up a little bit further that we can see. Also Victoria and Wellington.
Yeah, I remembered. Now Keanu playing with more weight this time. He's got the back bowls.
Straight.
This is very close. And off that one to the jack.
Oh,
How? That's a shame. He got the split too good. He needed his collision bowl to get to the jack before it got to the bowl. And there we see Sam Nelson's last bowl holding the shot.
you wouldn't have thought so.
Goodness gracious me. It's been a good game of bowls, this.
No.
Sam looking to make it 2 on his forehand. He's in the right area. That's good stuff there. Really good stuff from Sam Nelson.
Something in it.
It looks like it's falling.
Hey?
Looks like it's going to fall. So it's one now.
Something looks like it's going to fall. Here's Keanu. That would hurt if you were needing it to decide the result of a game, wouldn't it, Dave? Watching a bowl slowly just sort of sit down.
It should be the scoreboard's correct, but on the chalk there should be 1 for you.
Yeah.
Still some conversation about the scoreboard in the background.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get one of the boys to have a look at that and just make sure. So who actually keeps the exact score? I mean, you've got to sign a card just like in golf.
Oh, good have it.
The skip keeps the card, and I think that's in the law. It is in the laws of the game. The skip keeps the card for all the disciplines, which is something that I learnt an embarrassingly short amount of time ago.
Right.
As we see the score 5-4, so we're fine. I don't know what they're talking about, but that's okay.
It does seem that the players, a couple of players are saying that the score should be 5-all.
I suspect the
Or should have been 5-all.
yeah, I suspect the chalk maybe. That's okay. So yeah, the skipper has to keep the scorecard, and you sign it at the end to confirm that it's a true and correct record of the game. In times gone by, in a fours match, the 2 used to keep the score, and a triples match, the 2 used to keep the score, and the pairs, the skip used to keep the scorecard. But nowadays, the skip is meant to keep all 3, and fair enough, 2.
Just to wait for the score update, though, in the singles, because it has been a great little comeback there from Northeast Valley. And that is Calvin Houghton. Fantastic from 1-8 down.
Roger Stevens over Carl Van Huften, isn't it? Is Rogers on the 10?
Oh, sorry,
North East
you
Valley?
mentioned it the other way round. If we're looking at the other way round, my apologies
Depends
for that.
on your perspective, I suppose.
Well done from Roger Stevens, 1-8 down.
And he might be up to 12 now, I think I saw in the background. So Roger Stevens zipping through that game now.
Yeah, just amazing.
Mate.
Oh, that's what's incredible.
Did he forget to start or something?
Bowls can be a funny game sometimes, particularly the singles game.
Well done, Roger.
Dave Budgie, that's a very good first bowl. So you see this bowl, beautiful weight, but just underneath the line. So Dave Budge on the forehand.
Mate.
And Jeff Cole on the forehand too. His delivery is nice, but it's intriguing. You don't see many people have a loose left arm on delivery. Usually the left arm is placed sort of on the knee or tucked into the body. But Jeff Cole sort of has it out the left as like the balancing aid. It makes no difference really. You see Dave Budge there with his left hand on his knee when he plays his bowl, whereas Jeff Cole sort of has his arm out the side. We'll watch it on the next end, but Dave Budge in the meantime, that's a good bowl there from Dave, holding 2. Well played.
I know he's trying to take ours out, but why didn't he draw it?
And the boys just having a little bit of a chat. I don't think it's real tactics, but have a good giggle and a good chat.
That's good stuff. I like that. So they're just waiting down there for Sam Nelson to play his first bowl. And you never know. Sam's shown that he can be aggressive. He might have a go at this. There's 2 bowls close. He's got the back.
Set it in front.
Opting just to play
Probably only about that. It wasn't much.
just over.
I actually thought you had it.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to split and jack in the ditch.
Yeah.
Can't trust bowls, can you?
That's good from Dave. Talking about the end before where Keanu was trying to get the jack back as well as the bowls, but he got the split far too clean. Well, I didn't get it far too clean. He was maybe an inch narrow. And got the split clean and went square through.
One down. What about the rest of the team? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're pretty much in the same boat ourselves. Big outfit, isn't it?
Keanu on the back end.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if we don't see more weight from Sam Nelson here. Must be tempting to try and pop the jack back to the 6 o'clock space. And he's opting for the dead draw. He's on the right line for it too. Fascinating shot selection. Beautiful track. Just falling a little bit short.
Here now, Budge.
Oh, no, you can stay there if you want. Any movement's good.
That's great.
There we go. That is Budge to Keanu Darby going down low.
Yeah, he's got a very smooth delivery on the backhand side. So we'll be looking for this ball to come back to the head.
And off.
Oh, he was just a little bit wide. He may be in the count though. They're 2 down, he says, and we got back bowls for Hikarangi. I'd be surprised if we don't see some weight. Minimum weight, but he might get a good little wick
Could have
here.
a little bounce off something.
Beautiful
There you
shot.
go.
What a bowl.
That was what we're hoping.
Now, here's a question. How many points is that bowl worth?
Well, let's take a
Quite
look.
a few. If you get rid of that bowl clean. All I can see are Northeast Valley bowls. It's a 6 if you sit through it square. The danger with that shot is that at the back we can see the 2 green bowls of Hikarangi. So are you better instead to wind up, go real quick? So you're either getting the kill or the bowl out clean. Let's see. I think he's going to go real fast here. Keanu Darby. A big scoring opportunity here for the Northeast Valley skip.
It's on.
Let's
Where is
see.
it?
Let's see.
It's got it. Pinged it.
Yeah, that's a
Oh.
well-played bowl. He played with weight that if he missed the shot bowl, he was killing it. And that's exactly what he did.
And it is. Roger Stevens, Northeast Valley, takes a further lead. This is remarkable. That's 14 points in a row.
After being 8-1 down.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an impressive effort for sure. And when you're running that sort of... Roger will be keen to get to 21 as quickly as possible and make hay while the sun is shining, because you never know how long that run's going to last for, but while the momentum's building and going in your direction, just make hay while the sun shines. So Northeast Valley supporters, I mean, they won't be displeased to see that score, will they?
No. And Alex, tomorrow I believe we are calling the women's?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We'll be looking at that. Still, we're in pool play, aren't we? Group section play. So that should be really interesting, and we'll leave that to the magicians as to who they're going to tell us. Tomorrow it'll be women's round 5 and men's quarter final. So some exciting play coming up tomorrow. Join us from 11:30. That'll be myself and Macbeth. Well, we'll be awaiting updates from you, Alex, from your indoor bowls. Is it a particular tournament or is it Interclub?
It's the Waikato Centre Fours event. So I may be done and dusted by lunchtime.
Yep,
For
we'll see
me.
you back here.
I'm crawling back. But we'll see how that goes. But looking forward, I'll tune
Well,
in.
so which team is the favourite? Yours?
Oh, mate.
No.
Okay.
No, we're not the favourites. Never the favourites. But it should be, that'll be a good event. I'm looking forward to that.
And whereabouts is that played?
And Duncan Road in St Andrews at Waikato. The Waikato Indoor Bowling Centre owns their own facility there. So the mats are always down on 2 lovely bits of concrete floor. They can fit 20-something mats in the facility. So it's
How many?
20-something mats is what they have.
Wow.
So it's a big facility, so it can host big events, which is quite cool.
That's huge. Would that be the biggest
Come on, mate.
indoor in New Zealand?
Well, the mat, we're lucky because the mat's only 24 feet long, so it's sort of it's the size of a reasonably large hall, I would say. And there's a few centres that own their own halls. In Auckland, we've got the Western Indoor Bowling Hall, which is shared with the badminton people on Portage Road, 38 Portage Road, the Western Indoor Bowling Hall, and that can fit more mats actually, maybe 30 or 40 mats in there. So there's a few pretty cool facilities around the place. Did we just see a bowl go into the ditch while I was rambling on, Dave? I think
No, it wasn't rambling on. It's always, well, it was one. It may just be hanging up there. And there's, oh, there you go. A little bit of info there, Alex. Tell us a little bit more about this one in Southland, perhaps.
Yes, I can. I can tell you about the one in Southland. It used to be, well, it was luckily for bowlers an unsuccessful ice skating rink. In the late 70s and early 80s, they had an ice skating rink in Southland, and it was unsuccessful. So the Indoor Bowling Centre fundraised and purchased an ice skating rink and laid down perfectly levelled concrete slabs. So every concrete slab can fit 2 indoor bowling mats on it. And I think the hall itself can fit about 50 mats worth or 60 mats worth. So we see they've held a couple of nationals there, and it's the most level floor in New Zealand. So it's the nicest floor you'll ever play on, just perfectly level. And they've just got a new roof, thanks to the in large part to the ILT, the Invercargill Licensing Trust.
Well, that's great. I mean, it's nice to know a little bit more about the indoor and outdoor. Is there the rivalry? Does some outdoor go indoor?
I think in the past, for any sport like that, there has been some. I think we've got better at it from both codes. And a lot of good indoor bowlers turn into good outdoor bowlers and vice versa. It's a good way to cut your teeth. And because, you know, the most of indoors played in the middle of winter, there's not a huge amount of crossover. You can play both sports if you so wish. But unique to New Zealand, the indoor code, or our version of it's very unique to our country. So,
and when you say our version, what's so different about our version compared to overseas?
they're on thinner mats and shorter mats. So it was developed entirely. It was imported, rambling on. They imported carpet bowls from London at the turn of last century, and the game developed entirely in New Zealand and flourished there. So it's sort of a unique sport, a unique code to us. We have an international with Australia, which we usually go quite well in, but that's on a composite net. It's like our outdoor bowlers going up to the Northern Hemisphere and playing on the slow greens.
Well, this particular end is... Oh, there's a massive gap to the right of that jack.
Yeah, you do wonder if they're a little bit wide, if maybe the bowls just get stuck out there, eh? You know, you see those bowls just don't want to go, those ones to the right in particular.
Oh, way right.
They had no interest in coming back in.
This should be a bit a lot. No, maybe not. Oh, it is.
Now, is he following it? He is following it.
He's staying with it.
That's a good shot. What happened?
And looks as though it's stayed in as well. Has everything stayed in? Yes, it has.
So he's just holding the one.
Yeah, just the one. After all that.
Jack ran away a little from the bowl. And he's playing this bowl with intent. Sam Nelson.
It's gone too far.
Beautiful way to give his ball a chance to come back in. So now Keanu Darby with the opportunity to make a couple. And again, this game's been so evenly poised, hasn't it? It's only 6 points to 8. They've played 8 ends.
Yeah, that is a very low score.
It is. It is a low scoring game.
And we haven't had any ends killed either.
No. Oh, we had one killed, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
But the end,
Sorry,
the end is replayed, so it's neither here nor there. So I think a fair reflection of the match, but it's been a close one. I wouldn't be surprised if it went down to the last end.
2 kills, according to one of our friends there, just coming through, saying we can't add. Well, we already know that, Colin. That's okay. We admit our mistakes, or Alex's mistakes.
Wow. Keanu on the back end, not giving it quite enough weight. So that should be 1 point now to North East Valley. 5-6 after 9 ends. And Dave Budge delivering the jack. So this is the final round they'll play today, Dave, and then 3 more rounds tomorrow. Similar timings.
Oh, he killed it. Yeah, that's right. It's just nothing.
Sorting out.
Oh, this end, sorry. Yeah.
They're just sorting out what happened on the scoreboard.
Oh, they're all sticking together. Weight's perfect, mate.
Looking at the singles, as the bowlers themselves. Take a little look. Where's the jack in that singles? What a chaotic view.
It's.
Oh, no, we're looking at. I think it was the fours as well.
Some pretty dramatic bowls, but the jack's somewhere in the bunch, I would say. Goodness knows where, but somewhere.
Yeah. Oh no, that's nice.
He's been playing really well, Jeff Cole. I've been impressed with his bowls right from that first end. You know, I think they scored a 2 on the first end, Hikarangi, and they were both Jeff Cole's shot bowls. As we see Dave Budge here on his forehand, he's had the perfect weight really twice. I feel like it's a finicky green there. We've seen a lot of players with good weight, but if you miss by a foot out of your hand, either to left or the right, it seems to be exaggerated when it gets to the end of the rink. And Jeff Cole, just into his work, he's drawn One close. Can he make it two? Yep. Good bowling.
Mate.
And we're just waiting for the score to be updated a little bit more for the singles. As it's been such a tremendous comeback for Roger Stevens. And
As it continues.
That is measuring in the singles. Let's have a look. Here you go, Alex. Tell me, what is going on there?
So there's lots of chocks happening in the singles.
It must be extremely close.
And a very fine caliper measure, I would say.
Gee, you can't use the thumb measure on that, the finger measure, can you?
Well, you could try, but I'm not sure how well it would go.
No. In the meantime, we are back in the pairs, and it's slow going on the scoreboard. However, we are just over halfway, and the 18 ends, and misses everything. Alex, here we go with these singles. Work it out from your line of sight.
Doing a mighty job.
I don't think we can work out anything here, other than each bowl is close.
They're both very close.
Can you share an end?
Yes, you can. You can have a drawn end. So a drawn end, no one scores any points, but the end counts.
That's a shame. You sort of say, well, look, we'll give you one each.
I usually say one. I mean, what would the difference be? It's exactly the same, isn't it? But
Exactly.
you just feel like you've scored a point.
Oh,
It's one to the red, I would say.
so
Keanu on the forehand.
East Valley, can they continue? It looks as though they have. And this is
good
nice,
ball.
just dropping in behind
One
the
down
jack.
now.
Sam Nelson now.
On the forehand.
Oh, it's pretty tight there to bring it around. He's going out very wide.
So holding the one, not able to make it. It'll be interesting to see what Keanu opts to play here.
You
He's just
probably
going to have a
can
look
come
at the head.
inside that.
Well, Calvin Hafton has actually stopped the rot as such and gained a 2. He keeps it a little bit closer. It was escaping from him. Roger Stevens just adding in 14 points on a row. So he managed to stop the rot as such. And it got 2 back.
So just having a look here. So it'll be tempting to have a go at it because you're back bowl at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm probably
If-
going to
if-
just play more weight and just try sit them off.
Yeah,
early.
if Keanu drove it on his forehand, which is to our right side, there's almost no way he can accidentally chip out the
Well,
bowls
yeah, I'm
at
just-
6
I
o'clock.
think it'll be one worse off.
Like I'm trying
Because
to,
there's
trying to
bowls
get it
before
easy,
it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
so
Oh,
it's safer than it looks. I think we'll see
got-
him
got
try and
the
chip
quite
that
a-
chop
out
bowl
here.
off.
Yeah, I would just
Chaotic
start
setup in many ways of where everything is.
Yeah, just the way the bowl sits sometimes. See what he opts to play here. Just lining himself up on the forehand. I think he's looking to try and chip the shot bowl off. He's in the area here, Keanu Darby. Oh, that's not what he was aiming for.
And Sam Nelson now. What's he going to do?
Not much, but it'll
No,
be
not on that one.
enough. It'll be enough for Hikarangi to score a point, go to 7.
Oh,
Look at
this
this.
in the singles.
Oh, singles.
There was 3 in a row there, and it's just been totally pinged out.
Yeah, it was Roger Stevens. It was a good bowl from Roger.
And it was 3 lining up, and he was able to ping them out. But in the meantime, as we saw a change in the singles, however, straight back, and the ball's just almost glued to the jack.
7-5.
Keanu just saying,
No. 10. 10.
there's been lots of issues with the scoreboard this game, isn't there, Dave? There seems to be confusion reigning.
Well, let's hope it's not a real close thing as we get up to the 18th end and then someone disputes it.
You got to be sure about how many
You got 1.
ends you've played, so that's just what they're going through now. Just making sure it makes sense.
Oh, that's a nice. Oh, gets it on the first.
Yeah.
Nice touch. Carries on though.
Pretty good first. Oh, an okay first bowl from Jeff Cole. Ran on a bit further than what he would have expected.
4, 2, 3, 5, 1, 4, 6. So here
Too fucking bright.
is 1, 4. 1, 4.
So it does.
And then you score 2 1s. So
Sounds.
1 to 5, 1 to 6.
Let's just check on what if they've got to change anything.
Now they just the score's right, but just on the chalkboard they must have either double put an end or only put one end on.
And then 1 here.
Well, at least the two of them are working it out.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Because it had us confused for a while when they kept on saying a different
8.
score.
9, yeah, we scored here. Not there, yeah, not there, yeah.
They got there.
Well, I think
No,
they did.
That's no score, yeah. And then 1, yeah. And then 1, 7.
Well done, guys. So there we go, 5-7 the score, so our scoreboard was right.
And in the meantime, as we look at the singles, gee, is this another measure?
It is another measure.
It
But
is
I think
close.
the Hikarangi player doing the measuring there.
Is that Van Haften?
Yes, yeah, measuring instead of the.
He's taking a big look. Well, he's looking at more than.
That's the meter.
Well, there's already been 1, 2.
So might be making a bit of a comeback, the Hikarangi player, after being 8-1 up,
He is.
then 13 or so unanswered
Well,
points.
14 unanswered. After being up 8-1, 14 unanswered, and now he's should be at 12, 15 down. First to 21, of course. Looks as though we'd be finished in just a few more minutes. No, we are still going. Been told of power outages around Ponsonby Road at the moment. People being sent home from work and they're quite happy about it.
Oh, we're still going okay.
That's it, they can't go to any bars. But that's okay.
I just put 6 4. I just put 6-5, which would have been all right. Could have left it. That doesn't matter. They were at low. It was the end they didn't mark it, wasn't it? That's what fucked it up.
And the boys there having a little bit of a chat. Dave Budge and Jeff Cole.
Great stuff. And good to have. We've got a few tuning in to watch this, Dave. So thank you if you are tuning in to watch this Interclub event. And if you are not subscribed yet to our YouTube channel, I would encourage you to please do so. There's a button that says subscribe. It doesn't cost you any money. You just click the button and there's a little bell. And if you click the bell, you'll be notified every time that we go live for any broadcast ever.
Now, just on security issues, we're not going to ask for any details, are we?
Correct, yeah. We won't ask for your details. We won't ask for your credit card details. And we're aware there is a profile masquerading
Cutting away as much
as an Interclub Sevens page, and they're calling themselves the National Interclub Sevens, and they've stolen our profile picture and they've been friend requesting, and there's a few people that have fallen for it and have accepted the friend request. If you've done that, just unfriend them. If you receive the friend request, please don't accept it.
But then if you're looking on the YouTube channel, then you shouldn't have any friend requests from that on.
Absolutely.
There's no friend requests
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is the easiest place to go.
Right.
It's the place that we broadcast our events from. It's free. That's the place to go. And obviously, if you're listening to me now, you found it. But if you could spread the word to your friends and family or other bowlers.
That Bowls New Zealand will never ask for your credit card info unless you are purchasing something directly, and even then there'll be special codes and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to be, if it seems shady, it is shady.
Yeah.
So just please be aware. These spammers are getting quite clever now with what they're doing. So just be aware, and if you're not sure, err on the side of caution.
So also continuing over the next couple of days, tomorrow 11:30 we have round 5, I think it is, of the women's, and then it'll be a quarterfinal of the men's that we'll be commentating on, and then of course on Sunday I'll be doing a semi-final and then finals, I believe, or something similar, and then or 2 finals perhaps. On Monday we'll be here for the Oceania, and that'll be the finals there as well from Blockhouse Bay. So plenty of bowls action around. Feel free to tune in and catch up. There'll be plenty of comments, and I'm sure the weather will be fine.
Yeah, no, it should be good, and lots of good bowls to watch. And the Interclub is pretty special, and so is the Oceania.
Well, I think the Oceania is in its first year, isn't it? And it gives such a huge variety of players, including the New Zealand under-26, and there's some good players in that under-26. Certainly saw a number of those players when we were in Alexandra around Otago, when it came down to the fours and the mixed pairs as well. A lot of new young players coming through, and I think there's a few at one of the clubs that you play out of Point Chef, isn't there?
Yes, yeah. There's lots of clubs like that.
Have a few under-26 players, juniors.
Bring them out,
You see the generations of bowlers coming through, and the cool thing about Keanu just asking for a change in length.
A little bit more.
One of the things I like about bowls is that you can stay very good for a very long time. So you get an opportunity to play with and against your heroes. When you start the game, you might go, it amazes me. Peter Bellis is still playing at a very high level.
And 7-7, by the way, on the scorecard here.
7 each, is it?
It is, playing the 12th end.
Right, so they've brought the mat up and thrown the jack to the 2 metre mark. So Keanu deciding now is the time for a change.
What's the point of that when perhaps you could have put the jack halfway and kept the mat where you were? So all you've done is brought the mat up and pushed the jack back.
Yeah, so psychologically it's going to feel different to the players. That's the logic. You just want to change something. That's the logic.
Right. And we can't actually see the jack at the moment. There we go.
So end 11, so or end 12, sorry, so nearing the last third of this game.
And we'll take another look at the singles in just a moment, with the score about to be updated.
Incredible game of singles, guys. It seems to be once they have the jack, they keep the player scores.
Exactly.
That's a good bowl.
That's
there.
nice. Just a little bounce off. A little bit of pinball going on. There's been some spectacular opening bowls in the singles. I think we've had a touch on 3 of the last, maybe not this one, 3 of the last 4 ends. And it is one coming back again for Hikarangi, so he's managed to get, that is Carl Van Haften, he's managed to get a point on the last 2 ends when previously he'd lost 14 points in a row.
Yeah, so that if you're a Hikarangi supporter, that game heading back in the right direction for them.
Well, there's about 1,500 of
Weight's really good, mate.
people who live in the whole area.
Pretty impressive, really.
North of follows.
We see this game 7 apiece. bit heavy, says Dave.
Good track.
On his forehand.
Ready for.
That's a good bowl, really, from Dave Budge. He is a little bit past, but past is better than not, to be fair. And here is Jeff Cole on his forehand side. Now his left arm quite loose. Now nice and smooth.
One down a week.
One down.
Keanu Darby on his forehand now.
And of course, that isn't us making strange noises. That is, in fact, the building site for the swimming pool just next door, if you're wondering what's going on there. That is what it is.
So we see this bowl here of Sam Nelson's on the forehand, clearing the front. That's a beautiful shot. What a great bowl that was. Holding two now, the Hikarangi team, 7 apiece. So close matches really all around. Keanu Darby on his backhand. Doesn't look super sold on what he wants to do there. Playing with a bit of weight. He's very close to the jack. He's very close. Snicked it out of the rink, and there's another kill. 3 kills this game, I think, now.
Oh, just like we doing that again? Going again?
Yeah, mate. Yep.
That is 3 kills. But in the meantime, we look at the singles. Gee, these two bowlers are so close. So close in the fact that everything is... Here we go with the drive back.
Rog.
Knocks one out the way and then takes the jack with it.
Great shot.
What's it going to give us there in the singles? Is that a kill as well?
It must be a kill, so these Hikarangi teams really staying in it.
Come on, guys, stop it. We need some scoring.
And that bowl,
Bye.
that's a good shot there.
Well, that was one of my big discussion points with Morris Symes about the kill. And Morris saying, no, it's part of the game. Me saying, well, why would you want to delay things? He said, it's not delaying, it's resetting.
That sounds like Morris.
But I mean, you know, it's a fair point. But then it's like, you know, surely it's about cutting down the number of points that you're going to lose, rather than let's start again. That's a great first bowl, by the way. Jeff Cole just dropping
He's
it in
played,
nicely.
yeah, I've been really impressed with Jeff's bowls. He's been very steady, you know, more often than not having the shot, whereas Dave's been a good example of a lead who puts bowls past the head.
It wasn't actually a kill in the singles. It ended up being a 3.
A 3 to Northeast Valley.
So Roger Stevens
Great bowl.
may have dropped a couple of ends, but gee, he's still playing strong.
And now with only 3 points left to go before he gets to 21, Roger Stevens will be feeling pretty good about his chances in that singles match. Incredible to think that he was 8-1 down to start off with. And that bowl here from the Hikarangi lead just overplayed it by a little.
I'll probably follow you.
Dave Budge staying on the back end. Oh, he hasn't given that one quite enough oomph.
The ditch, I dropped the weight.
Yep.
I blame you.
I love the sportsmanship showing.
Yeah.
For those who didn't hear, Dave Budge just told the opposition lead, "You went in the ditch, so I took my weight off. I blame you." I quite enjoy that.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is Jeff Cole. The Hikarangi lead on his back end. Got to be careful, Jeff. Be careful. Oh,
But he's carried it with him.
tell me he's followed it through square for Hikarangi's sake. Well, we still don't know. I can see a toucher. So he must have followed it through enough. But I can tell you that wouldn't have been the plan for the Hikarangi lead. He would have been thinking, I'll draw a back bolt, pinched his green a little bit, and has trailed the jack off the shot bowl back underneath where your screen is. It's sort of there. Well, where is it? Where is the jack? Is it in the ditch? Must be in the ditch, Dave.
Do you want to stop there or not?
Well, if
the
it's
shot
in the
bowl.
ditch, it's right in it.
Can't even see a hint of the jack, but
Probably
it's
made it better, actually.
must be in the
Made
ditch.
it better.
We'll say I reckon it's by the tripod leg to the
Not
far
better,
right.
better for you.
Oh, we can't quite see it still.
Well, you can drive it. Hope you can nick it, but go for the draw.
Well, let's see where he goes with this bowl. Give us a hint of where that jack has gone.
He's looking to chip off the shot bowl. Let's listen for it. Oh, there's the jack.
Jack is where that ball is.
So that jack needs to be put back where it was.
It's missing you.
So what Keanu was trying to do there is chip that shot bowl out, because it's got a chalk mark on it, Dave. So if it went into the ditch, it still counts. Actually, I'm slightly concerned for our cameras if that's the speed that Keanu's going to play it at.
One more roll. Second shot, I don't know.
Yeah, that's sick. It's two.
So because it's two, chipping it out, you're still going to drop a point. So it may be better to try and sit through a bowl. Still playing with intent, but looking to sit on a bowl. He's wide. That wasn't the bowl hitting the ditch. It was a that was a noise from the
Construction site.
construction site. And Sam Nelson focusing on his weight here, trying to try and thread the needle.
And it looks as though we're going to have another end still, because Hikarangi have won, by the looks of it, another end in the singles. So they're still holding on.
Fighting away.
And this particular pairs is, I wouldn't say it's dragging, but no team has taken the initiative.
No, there's not been. I don't
7
think-
and 7 after it going into the 12th.
Did touch
Yeah.
that. That's me going over there.
There hasn't been a clearly better pairs team.
Right for you.
It's interesting.
That ball will be back a bit.
So the issue is the green bowl that's closest to the ditch, and the bluey green bowl that's to the right of that
Come
are the
down
two
there
shot
on
bowls for
the right.
Hikarangi. It's hard to see a shot for Keanu other than the dead draw, to be honest. You know, you're trying to see if you can draw between the green bowl and the ditch for the shot. There's nothing to hit that's going to go well. Looking like he wants to play his forehand side. Roger Stevens there in the background, just watching on.
Well, he's just dropped one end and 1 point, but still has an 18-14 lead against Carl van Haften.
Ooh, a bit heavy.
Keanu willing this bowl to stop.
Good
It
try.
wasn't to be. So at least 2 to the Hikarangi team. You can see that little golf ball by the right peg. That's indicating to the players where the jack is in the ditch. So that's where it is. They're holding 2. Hikarangi Bowling Club.
So the bowler's taking their time on this, the 12th. When you have the jack in the ditch. Okay, let's see what he can do on his. This is the last one, I believe it is.
On the back end. Oh, drew the
How
split.
did it get jammed in there?
So 2 there to Hikarangi, so 9-7 now. They eke ahead. We have never seen anyone more than sort of 2 points in front.
Well, that is, as you said, just the 2 points, and we are now in the 13th, and
It's always been a war of attrition, hasn't it?
it actually has. With those 3 kills, yeah, it certainly slowed things down a little bit.
Well,
That's my reasoning behind the kills. It does slow things down.
Yeah, it's sort of they've become less of a part of the game as we've gone on because there's more shots to play. I think there's an argument both ways. I quite like the respot rule, which is becoming more prevalent, particularly at international competition where time limits are important. The respot rule, which is if you kill the jack, it gets spotted on the 2 metre mark. That adds an aspect of strategy to the game, I think, because you have to start thinking about when do we cover the respot rule. Like on this end, for example, if Hikarangi was to put 3 or 4 balls close to the jack and it gets killed, it's going to the 2 metre mark, so one of their bowls needs to be passed. So there becomes an extra aspect of strategy with the respot rule.
So you're using strategy.
I like it.
Yeah, so that's where it's a strategic thing.
I like it, but I also understand that if you're good enough to drive and the drive is for the kill, it's a bit mean to not get rewarded for that. So I do see both sides of the coin. I suspect as time goes on, we'll move more towards the respot rule, though. But I understand both opinions, and I sort of feel differently about singles. I don't know why, but I'm very happy for the kill rule to exist in singles. But I feel like in a fours game, I prefer the respot rule, and I couldn't give you a clear argument as to why that is. But I think a kill should be a kill in a singles game, and a respot rule should be for pairs, triples, and fours. Just why they don't let me make the rules, Dave.
No, that's a fair call. As long as it doesn't include geography or maths, you are okay.
I just think you can get. I think you can get more lucky with weight in a fours game than you can in a singles game because there's more bowls on the head, so you can just drive the pack and pray for a good result. Whereas in singles, if you're driving, generally a kill is in the equation, and you have to be close, so you should get rewarded for that. And another good end from the Hikarangi lead. Developing here. Jeff Cole playing well, having a really good battle with David Budge, who's playing well also. So we've seen lots of, I think that's probably why it's been a war of attrition. There hasn't been scoring opportunities because no lead has dominated the other lead. That the skips haven't crossed over holding a 3 sort of thing.
I'll make it, not quite.
One.
Oh, I got one.
And 1 point slightly closer, you might say, for Northeast Valley. As they're up 19-14 in the singles. And it is Roger Stevens with that 19-14 lead as the bowls are spread, well, far and wide in many ways.
Keanu on the forehand.
Just taking a little bit of notice of the singles at the present time there,
Oh,
Alex.
well played.
We've got one bowl blocking the view in front and the others really to the side.
That's a poor bowl from Sam Nelson. He'll be disappointed with that.
It looks as though Hikarangi hanging on again.
Yeah.
They've got the mat.
singles. I mean,
Oh,
how good would it be if they
round
ended
her.
up being 20 all?
Well,
Wow.
either side of it, you might get a result.
I'm loving these directions. So just go either side. You might get something. There's no, you will, and go this side.
Keanu on the
If you
forehand.
miss it, you'll be right.
Right the
Ah, bad luck.
Oh, he had good weight.
Oh, he's dropped short on normal.
Let's see what Sam Nelson can do.
Oh, he's on the attack. He's on the attack. He's got something.
Oh.
He's got the jack. Tell me it's not another kill.
I think it may be because there's no way that jack would have stopped.
What a good shot that was. Beautiful shot.
And should we take that as number 4 kill?
I think it's number 4.
Come on, guys. This is just getting silly.
Goodness gracious. I mean, great bowls, really. And fair reflect. I mean, the game 9-7, I think it's a fair reflection. Hikarangi leading by 2. And Manukau Dubby's bowls. Oh, I thought they'd left it up there. I thought, what are they doing? But no, they're taking the bowls back down.
Oh, dear.
Goodness gracious me.
I mean, it was a great drive.
That was a great bowl. Be interesting to see. I can't remember what the time limit is. I'm sure it'll come to me if I think long and hard enough about what the time limit is. And that may start playing into it. After 4 kills, you know, there's no guarantee you're going to get your 18 ends in. There'll be a little likely to be a little clock somewhere that has a countdown timer.
Well, we're just checking on the time limit, see what we can get. And who knows, we might come up with something brilliant. We'll be checking on that with our rules book in just a moment. It's a big rules book as well.
Certainly is.
It's probably about as big as professional rugby's rules book.
Let's not go too far.
All right.
We've got a new rule book now, actually. On
Yeah,
the,
well, that came
rules.
in April the 1st,
April,
ironically, just
yeah.
for a bit of fun.
Yeah, on April Fool's Day. Which I
Yeah,
think is a
here's the
wonderful,
rules. Okay.
a wonderful day to release your law book on. April Fool's Day. 2 hours 45 is the time limit. They started at 2:30.
We've got a little while to go.
So
Don't worry, but
past,
there's plenty of time for a few more kills.
5:15.
A few more kills, throw those in, and we'll be just fine.
Brilliant. Here we go on the forehand side. Goodness, he's playing good bowls, isn't he, this guy? I'm sure they used to be, I reckon they used to be white bowls. I'm pretty convinced. And they've just been dyed green over time.
Yeah, it's moss.
They roll too much for moss to grow on them. I think Roger Stevens may have just won the match,
Couple of metres, mate.
the singles match between Hikarangi and Northeast Valley. He's with blue bowls. I think that's that. Jeff Cole on the forehand.
Oh, that's beautiful bowling.
Well play, mate. Good. Just out, I think.
And it is Northeast Valley taking these singles. So well done there to Roger Stevens over Carl Van Haften. Of course, Stevens was down 1-8, and from there managed to get on a big run, a little bit of a stop, and then just taking that contest. Looked to be 21-14. We will reconfirm that score, but certainly it is a win to Northeast Valley in the singles. Meanwhile, in the pairs, well, it's still going. Plenty of time for a few more kills there, Alex Reid. We've got until 5:15, and it really is ending up that way. There's some great drives, great kills,
Close, mate.
but in the meantime, it is.
Yeah, surely they're running out of oomph on the drive. Like their batteries.
Look at that.
Their batteries must be running low for the drive shot.
I don't think so.
Dave, surely.
Still one.
How many drives can you have? How many drives can you nail?
Didn't move it good enough too.
Yeah.
Didn't move it enough.
So they're going to need another one here.
Shot.
Oh. Yeah, we need to remind the people that where's the profanity buzzer, Dave? Press the profanity buzzer. Goodness gracious.
Turn them down if you want.
Maybe we could just take a battery out of the mic. Just go there,
I think
pretend
people are
it's
okay
on.
with it.
Oh, dearie me. That bowl there of Sam's, that's probably the weight he wanted, to be honest. They're looking to punch the bowl up at 12 o'clock or just skip it and chip out the blue.
Finishing time, I think. It's getting a bit chilly.
And you were thinking of reminding people what not to swear when they're wearing the microphones, or what was the other thing you were going to say? And you've completely... Alex Reid, okay, let's just continue on. We won't even mention that you were about to say, let's remind people. In the meantime, it is the 14th end. And Hikarangi from Northland up 9-7.
Maybe it's my battery that's running out, Dave.
I think so. Oh, this is just a lovely gradual roll. Keanu.
Clean run. That's a beautiful shot. What a beautiful bowl.
Bounces.
Yeah, such a good shot. So Hikarangi, of course, are leading by 2.
I wonder what the lowest score is.
Is he winding up here, Dave? It's hard to tell his delivery.
Ready for a kill. Oh, it's going to be a bit of pace on it.
He's got it. It's a kill.
And is that kill number...
It's not a kill. It's not a kill. No. I wouldn't mind a replay of that with a different camera angle if we can manage it, folks, ladies and gentlemen.
We can. We'll get there.
There would have been one of the cameras would have been on the right angle. As we see, that's cool. That little jack marker there, the golf ball. It's almost on a tee, isn't it? The golf ball stuck to the tee. Over there to the left as we see it. So the Hikarangi skip. Sam Nelson, that was a great shot. Just going straight to the drive. And the jack zipping past that bunch of bowls at the 2 metre mark into the ditch and within the bounds of play.
Good shot, done it? Yeah, well done.
One down to that one. You want halfway?
Well, we didn't quite have the kill. Didn't quite have number 4 or 5, or who knows. And number 5 it would have been.
Here's a replay. Let's see if we can get a better camera angle.
We already had the jack be banged off earlier.
Just imagine that the jack was going past. It's a fair effort. Had a great bot anyway from Sam Nelson. And the jack to the bottom right of your screen. So Keanu Darby's drawn the shot with that green bowl that sits sort of halfway up the screen to the right. And the jack is right down the bottom of it. And it may be that Keanu's drawing for second shot here, because I think Sam Nelson didn't change the head with his last one. Yeah, you can see that blue speckled bowl.
Right again, I think.
This is a good bowl from Keanu. So we're going to be all square, I think, Dave. Yeah, 2 good bowls. And they're level.
Yep. And quite funny, after, well, so many potential ends, we almost could have finished.
Yeah, if you think about the 4.
Yeah, the 4 ends. Yeah, we would have been very close to finishing if we couldn't have killed those ends.
So all square it'll be.
13
And this will be the 15th end. So we got David Budge on his backhand side.
Going out quite wide. And this is where the turn should come in around about now.
Not how's the weight? See,
Oh,
a
gee.
beautiful green. That would have made it. If he just had another 2 or 3 gallops. Not to be. And so Jeff Cole, with a reasonably large amount of room to draw, really, he'll expect himself to get here.
And everyone looking over to the side.
Came out very smooth.
So Alex, take us through, how do we find results?
Yes, the results can be found on the Bowls New Zealand website and
Always wanna go
Facebook
up in
page.
the forwards.
Website's the best place to go. So if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, there's an Interclub hub
Well,
sitting on the main page, and also under national events. If you
I
click
think
on
your
that,
your guys are
you'll
full
see
behind, playing the last,
you'll see
but
the
then-
results. And that's the same place that you can find the results for the Oceania Challenge as well,
I know,
Dave.
they
They're
didn't
all
shake
there.
hands straight
Oh,
away
yeah.
anyway, so
And this bowl short, so an end
Quite.
building well for Hikarangi.
Alex, as we await a kill, perhaps you could take us through the New Zealand teams for the World Champs. They've been selected, haven't they?
They have been selected, so it's 5 men and 5 women have
I
been
think
selected.
perhaps while we continue on with this end, you could maybe look those up. I'm sure you know them off the top of your head.
Certainly, I
But
certainly
I think
can.
look them up anyway. So we're looking here in the meantime. The 15th end, 9 each. Northeast Valley, well, the lead there, Dave Budge, and the skip is Keanu Darby. And for the Hikarangi Bowling Club, the
yeah,
lead,
make sure you're
Jeff
under yours,
Cole,
mate,
and
and you know, give it a chance.
there we
Get
go,
him
the skip,
up and through is
Sam
good.
Nelson with the moustache.
Yeah, and Keanu essentially asking for a back bowl, and if he, it doesn't matter if you get the shot, you just want something past the head. I can tell you, I'll tell the men's team,
Yeah.
and then we'll do the women's after this end.
No.
But the men's team in the singles, Andrew Kelly is
Help.
playing the singles for New Zealand at the World Bowls. The pairs is going to be Tony Grantham leading and Andrew Kelly skipping. The triples team, Sheldon Baggery-Howley, the New Zealand singles champion, skipping for Lance Pascoe and Chris Lalief. And the New Zealand fours team is Sheldon Baggery-Howley, Lance Pascoe, Chris Lalief, Tony Grantham, and the para aspect is Darren Willand off the front for Mark Noble skipping. So I think a very strong men's
Why
contingent
would
going.
you not have your national singles champion
Sure.
playing singles?
They had a
I
draw.
mean, he's in the he's in the force there, but I just thought it was just interesting.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, he's relatively new.
Yeah, he is.
and,
He's new to the team, and the selectors make these. Look at that! Oh, that was nearly perfect. The selectors make these decisions, and international rep bowls is quite different to tournament bowls.
Right.
So sometimes you find winning a tournament is quite different to playing at an international level for your country.
Okay.
So Sheldon, it'll be his first World Bowls. Notable omissions there: Shannon McElroy, who won the World Singles in 2016. And Ali Forsyth, who was the winning skip of the World Bowls
Is that
Fours
really
team
just
in
form at the moment?
2016. yeah, it's you know, it's what the selectors do. They make these decisions. I believe they were, or according to the website article, they were both available for play. And Ali said he wants to be in the Commonwealth Games team when it comes around in a few years' time. So I'm sure they'll just use it as extra fire in the belly. But a good men's team there announced, and looking forward to following their progress. Keanu nearly got a slice of heaven there, but just a half a bowl narrow. And Hikarangi they're certainly holding two here, aren't they? Those two bowls.
The two lime green or off green bowls
Previously
to the left.
white.
Exactly.
And here we go, Sam on his forehand.
That's a very slow turning.
Yeah.
Very slow roll, and it's continued to turn and continues to turn and still turns.
Do you like that still or
Incredible
down
how
there?
much it comes across.
Same shot.
Yeah.
Or if you want to, you can drive that bowl,
Yeah.
Get rid of them both, he says, if you drive that bowl.
or you
There
play
you
the
go.
same shot inside there.
I'll play the same here, eh?
So Keanu opting to play his backhand. And by doing that with this bowl, he's sort of committing to that for the next two. You know, you're just reaching through on the backhand side. There's a blue bowl and a green bowl to hit on the way through. Keanu, he's got perfect weight. He needs it to hold up just a little bit, just a little bit.
Oh,
That's a good bowl. You know, it was a good result, but it was a good bowl. He was in the target area. Maybe a bowl narrow, but beautiful weight. You couldn't say that was pure luck, really.
I got 4 for a draw. It's a draw, yeah. Your boys picked up a 4.
Oh, that's a poor bowl there from Sam.
Oh, it's
I think it probably slipped
gone.
out of his hand, to be honest. I think
Yeah.
he would have. Those are the ones you want to ask to get back.
Yeah, they do come in a bit.
I think I'm just still better just trying to just play.
well, lots of conversation, and I'm sure the singles, Roger Stevens and Calvin Houghton, are very happy to get off the greens.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that warm outside, is it?
No, certainly. Maybe we could send out Colin again just to test the weather for us.
I don't think he would go.
No, I don't think
They look nice and warm, don't they?
Well, he's stuck his hand out the window and said cold. He could maybe go and sit behind there in one of those yellow seats and really experience it.
May as well. So we see Keanu on the back end.
Now, Alex, from what we've seen in results prior to this, Northeast Valley, if they take it, they are going to be good completely. Have they had, how many wins have they had leading up until now? This is off the top of your head, of course.
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I can tell you in about 30 seconds when I've clicked the right button. And look at that correction from Sam, just a little bit.
That's beautiful. It's staying right there.
Just about perfect.
So Hikarangi about to take a lead again, albeit a narrow one again.
So Northeast Valley, I think, was 1 up, 1 down going into
So
this.
they need to win this.
So they were defeated 3-0 by Auckland Bowling Club.
Okay.
And then came back in the next round to defeat Milton Bowling Club.
And what about Hikarangi?
3-0.
How are they standing going into this one? Because this is still up in the air.
Hikarangi won the first one, 3-0 against Milton, and then in the next round,
What did he do?
they were defeated
Oh, so you're
1,
2,
2-1 to
Yeah,
North
right.
End. So North End beat them,
Oh,
beat them 2-1. So Hikarangi
Had a good comeback.
in the similar boat to North End.
Okay. So this
North End
particular
Bowling Club.
contest, which is certainly continuing, is quite vital.
Certainly is.
Oh, Budgie's getting tired. Yeah. The first time we've been in front the whole game.
And you were going to mention about the women's team for the World Champs. And certainly a strong men's team, and I believe the women's team is fairly strong, and we should be looking at, a medal or two, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a good women's team.
Oh, this is a nice first up. Oh, gee,
Oh,
almost
just a
pressed it.
little bit
Almost.
past.
It's still pretty good, though.
So the women's team for the World Championships, I can tell you, is going to be Taylor Bruce playing the singles, Caitlin Inch skipping for Selena Goddard in the pairs, Val Smith.
That's a very good pairs, isn't it?
It is. Val Smith,
Here
Taylor
it
Bruce,
goes,
and
touches,
Oh,
keeps
what a
sliding.
shot there from Fudge. Val Smith, Taylor Bruce, and Leanne
Proud
Paulson
to
in
you
the
now.
triples. In the fours, it's Caitlin Inch skipping, Val
she
Smith
does it
3, Selena Goddard 2, Leanne Paulson leading, and the B5 to B8 pairs, Julie O'Connell leading, and Terry Blackburn skipping.
Now, that fours, when you just reread that fours again.
It's Caitlin, Val, Selena, and Leanne. Like it's
Gee, that's
not bad, is it?
that's pretty good.
Looking forward to seeing the results from that team when they make it over to the other side of the Tasman for the World Championships in September. It should be a good time.
It's a fantastic lineup, particularly in that fours. What do you think the Australians will
We're
look
the
at
front,
that?
mate.
And
Yep.
what do you think they'll be? Well, they'll be confident anyway.
Oh,
They're
They're
always
in
going to
now.
be
There you go.
confident no matter what.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good, mate.
and they are the best bowling nation in the world, so it's fair enough. But
Good,
we
mate.
proved when we went over there for the multi-nations that we're capable of footing it with.
What other nations were
anyone?
at the multi-nations?
There was Norfolk Island,
Were there anybody from the Northern Hemisphere?
Ireland came
Okay.
across, came
So no,
down.
the English weren't there?
No, they decided not to, and I think Ireland were quite smart to come down
Yeah.
because it was a mini World Championships
Yep.
essentially played
So
at
the
similar
Irish
venues.
now will be experienced with the greens and everything else.
Yeah, and they play. I was very impressed with their play. Look at this, an attacking bowl from the lead. Don't you kill.
Are we up to number 5? We've tried it before, and it looks as though we are. Are we?
Nope, they're walking back down, so we've got nice wide ranks. So you see the golf ball to the left,
Ah, cool.
stuck in the ground, indicating where the jack is. That was a
Okay.
great shot. I've been
So we're
very,
still continuing.
very, very impressed by the play of Jeff Cole, the lead for the Hikarangi team. When they get out of the road, you'll be able to see.
So that jack is quite a way over. Here it is. Here it is. And look at that from this angle
Look
as
at
well.
that. That would have felt absolutely perfect. Lovely shot. He's actually unlucky. It's incredible that the jack finished that far away from the shot pole, because he
Yeah.
got that pretty good.
So when you have the jack so far away there, are you going to try and follow it, or are you going to try and stay close enough in?
That's a good question about what hand to play, isn't it? Most outdoor bowlers go outside the rink so that their bolt like this is from Sam. As you go outside the rink, your bowl's always coming back in, whereas if you play on the other side, your bowl's trying to leave the rink, and once it's left it, it's not coming back. So generally you go outside in for the shot, and that was a brilliant bowl by Sam there, drawing within a foot or two of the ditch. That's a skill we don't practice as much as we could, I think, Dave, just drawing to the edge of the ditch, considering how often the jack ends up in it. I don't think we practiced it as much as we could in bowls.
Well, this is going to stay quite close.
Oh, just
Didn't quite have the legs, did it?
not quite done it, and the jack is way to our right as we see it. So Sam will try to keep the same weight, but he can take more green. Of course, the challenge that the players face is that if you are taking a wider green, that's literally unplayed territory. So that'll be a slower point of the rink. So you have to
You
give
put
it
some
more
real oomph
weight
behind it.
Yeah.
And that's this is going to work quite.
So he had the right green, but he ran out of weight because he was in unplayed territory. So you always try and miss heavy when you're going out that wide.
That's pretty close, that.
And the final score in the fours.
12 all.
So this takes on even more emphasis, remembering that the singles was won by Northeast Valley. However, this here can still switch around. Hikarangi could take this, and then we do go to the countback, right? No, we don't go to the countback, then we'd have a draw.
Just double checking that before I go
Yeah,
spouting any
before
rubbish.
you talk about it, yeah.
It is clear in the conditions of play, but I haven't read them for a little while, so we'll just.
So in
just make
theory,
sure.
what we could have match cannot be. drawn?
I think in section play it can be.
Well, we're
Bloody down
going to
there,
follow
mate.
up on our big rule book here.
Shot.
And we will keep on checking on the rule book. We've got furious people just going through pages of it right now.
Yeah, so in section play, because you don't need to find a winner, as we just watch Sam here have a go. Oh, he's counted his own bowl out as well. That's a calamity.
Just the one.
Yeah,
Oh,
not helping himself there.
that's a bit unlucky. Yeah, so section play, because you don't need to find a winner in section play
No,
off the
it
match.
comes down to points in the end.
Yeah, so you can draw a match. So if Hikarangi win this game, the match is drawn.
Yeah, because it'll be one singles to Northeast, a drawn, what was it, fours, and then we could have Hikarangi winning
That's correct,
this.
yeah, so they draw the match.
Oh, here we go. Writing on this, what's he doing there? Is it scorecard? Or?
Yeah, just on the scorecard. And where the count back comes down to is when they look at when it's all the dust is settled and they're counting back how many match points you have. If you're drawing a match points, you then go and look at other ways to figure out who's finished where. So
Flick a coin.
Well, that used to
anything
be
like
in the conditions of play somewhere. After if there's 5 or 6
Arm
ways
wrestle.
to find a winner.
Who knows?
Oh dear! Look at that bowl. Just
Mate, weight's
hold
really
that
good.
little bit. Yeah, I'm sure there's a toss of a coin in one of our conditions of play. After it's if the first 5 or 6 things can't find a winner, it goes to the toss of a coin.
Well, the rest of the Hikarangi team are there socially. I think someone's got a blanket or a coat over them. Someone else has got some refreshments. They may be telling their team to hurry up and win. They don't look overly warm, the boys from up north right now.
No, they certainly don't, and rightly so.
Mate.
It's been a great battle this game, 11-9 now to North East Valley, so that's almost the most they've been in front in this entire match. Well, it's not that far in front really, it's 2 points up and you've got 2 ends to go.
Yeah, mate.
Dave Budge with the bowl going out on his backhand.
Yeah, he's been playing well.
All good.
I mean, they've all had their moments.
It's been a nice evenly matched game really.
I think the best shots of the day have all been the kills. That's it.
Team Nelson lifetime member.
There you go.
Fair enough. Nice.
Well,
It is a nice hat.
Team Nelson, I mean, considering there's in Hikarangi.
Yep.
That's quite an extreme distance away.
A while away. Maybe he's a Joe Edwards fan. So, yeah, I think all the players, 11-9 is a fair reflection. They've all been playing good bowls. You know, in the first game we watched, we saw Leif Selby essentially won that game. It was very evenly matched, and he had 3 or 4 moments of absolute brilliance that sort of was enough to get them in front. We've seen very steady bowls from these two teams. I think evenly matched. You haven't seen that sort of the magic bowls haven't happened yet. There's been no real opportunities for big numbers.
And there goes Darby with the bowl on his backhand. And hopes to swing it around. He actually might be in luck here.
Nearly down, pal. Come in.
That's a good bowl. Willing it to turn back in. Remembering North East Valley, they've got a 2-point lead here, and they're down to that green bowl that you see to the right of the screen.
Yeah, because it does straight in there, and usually it does finish.
And too much there.
That bowl of Sam's here just clunking into that short one. Kanu Darby on the backhand.
Well, the jack is quite exposed, but no one's able to quite get that turn on the backhand coming in.
The players would look at that and think there's plenty of room here to draw.
Yeah. This could be the one, though.
And he did look at that, and he did think it, and he was right. And that's a great shot there from Keanu Darby. Oh, can you see enough of that bowl, Sam, just to chip it out? Are we going to see Wait again? I've already had 4 kills.
The other side of it,
You're hoping for a 5th, aren't you?
Oh, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Not to
Well,
be.
we're not going to see it on this time.
It's not bad, actually.
We put there, isn't it?
No, you're right. No.
And this is Keanu Darby with the last bowl, in theory, of this particular end. Let's see what damage he can do. Well, his last bowl at this end.
So he's already holding 1. So clearly the shot for Hikarangi is to try and find a way to remove the shot bowl. But it's hard to find a way through there. You might have to cannon, you know, cannon that blue bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack onto the green bowl is probably your best call.
Doesn't have enough pace to do that, I don't think.
He's blocked it. He's blocked it. Well, maybe then Sam has to play on his forehand side through that gate underneath that blue bowl.
His last ball sort of.
Just
bring was one the
Righto, mate. Start. Is it? A lot of them are like that though. You think they're good and they just run through, but then adjusting it is when you pull up short. And it's not, yeah, like it's nice speed. But
oh, apologies there.
no,
Hey, we are back and we are live as well.
Well done, mate.
For the National Sevens, the Interclub Sevens. Alex Reid, that's not a bad second bowl there, is it?
pretty good one to come back to. I think the people who had us on mute wouldn't have missed a thing as we just sort of get it sorted there. And everything is well and good. And 12-9 the score on this, the penultimate end.
And there is plenty of importance because at the moment it's 1 win to Northeast Valley and 1 draw. So if Northeast Valley want the win, well, confirmed to not have to go to countbacks, etc., then they've got to take this. And if Hikarangi want to progress further, well, they have to win this as well.
Yep.
So plenty riding on it.
And you'll get I think we'll see a lot of both teams, the Northeast Valley and the Hikarangi teams, gather at the club end as this game right near the pointy end now.
Yep.
Very good, pal.
What a shot there from Budge.
Well, I think what you've got to remember that we had an equal score, and the score here is going to be close. Unless something dramatic happens, it's going to be only about 3 between the 2 sides.
That's right.
Of course, in the singles it was 14, so 21-14. So there was a little bit of difference there, and that may be, well, maybe huge actually when it comes to the countbacks.
For sure. And here we go. This is Jeff Cole on the forehand. He'll be willing this bowl to stop.
It just kept on going straight. It was straight all the way.
The only bowl he's actually properly missed in the entire game that I can recall. Jeff Cole's been an absolute rock, but Dave Budge, not to be outdone, and a bit of a smile there. That was a very good shot.
Well, it was almost perfect of like, well, if you're going to bowl straight, there you go.
Yeah, fair enough too, so make their way
It would have
back.
been great in 10-pin bowling.
The 10-pin bowling, they've got the things to grab onto the bowl with, which I think helps a bit. I feel like it's cheating with 10-pin. Keanu Darby here on his backhand side to our right. Holding one to that blue bowl that sits
I want to know
at,
if he's
9
gone
o'clock.
out wide enough.
I think he has. I think this should be just about the perfect green here for Keanu. That's a good shot. Look at that come back. What a beautiful bowl. Absolutely magnificent stuff there. So Northeast Valley 3 up on the second to last end. If they can score here, it's looking good. And it's looking good. And it's Sam on the drive. Oh, what a bowl!
That cleared everything else out and the jack stayed exactly still.
How good was that? That's unbelievable. What did I say? Did I say Northeast?
Though.
Did I say Northeast Valley was looking okay, Dave? I think I did.
You might have.
I'm not sure they're looking so okay now. That was a brilliant shot there from Sam Nelson, the Hikarangi skip. Keanu Darby on a tighter line, but if he's got more weight, he'll still pick the jack up, and he's done so. Got away with it. Very good bowl. So he took his line in, but he added some weight to make sure he wasn't turning before it got to the bowl. And dire straits again for the Hikarangi team.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
He's hit he's got maximum results every time as well. Like, it's just, how the fuck he got both of ours out there?
Yeah, I couldn't can't work it.
It's a great shot.
Well, lots of muttering.
Yeah, the profanity buzzer. I'd like to add that to my studio, the Bowls New Zealand studio, just a massive red profanity buzzer. Sam winding up again. He's going to hit something. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens.
Oh, straight, but straight through.
He found fresh air.
Yeah, I think it's touchy, yeah.
And again, we spoke, I can't remember if it was this game or the other one, but we spoke about leaving gaps. This is an end where Keanu will be like, well, we're holding 1.5. I'm not going anywhere low of the jack where I could be used. So you don't want to be the reason why someone's played. You don't want to create an easier shot for your opposition. So Keanu probably just even going past here. We'll be happy with 1.5 and leave a gap and see if it's enough for Sam to find it again. On the backhand side. Interesting. Interesting call. So, decisions here for Sam Nelson. You're trailing by 3 on the card. He's probably 1 down on the head.
That last ball of mine didn't touch, did it? No, that's not a touch, I don't think.
He tried to chip the shot bowl off with his second bowl. If he's got second, I mean, that's the question here, is have you got second as well? Because we know that the bowl of Jeff Coles is that green one to the right of the jack that sits at sort of 3 o'clock to the jack. If that's second shot, it makes enough sense to try and get rid of the shot bowl. If you're 2 down, you have to try and draw it, I think, is the decision making. Dave Budge was just asking, is he going to go the bowl? So that would indicate that Hikarangi has second shot. This could be interesting, Dave. I'm calling another kill. I reckon this is kill 5 or 6 for the game.
It will be number 5 officially if it occurs.
Sam Nelson with weight on the forehand side. He's very close.
No, it's off to the left.
He's got it.
Oh, ricochet, and where's it gone?
Where'd the jack go? Did he score 1?
No one is really... There we go. Pointing to it. It's still inbounds.
Oh, no, he just killed it. I don't know how, if we could get a replay on that, I don't actually know how he managed to, kill it in this game. It's got so much life left in it, Dave.
We thought we were finished.
5 kills.
And it is 5 kills.
Going to have another grape in the commentary booth. Here's a replay. Let's watch this. So he's looking to chip the bowl out.
I thought he'd almost missed it, but...
that's how much of the jack. You can see 1/8 of the jack. Look at that. And just
and
chipped.
It ricochets.
He's actually...
Oh, that was in.
In the end, he's actually almost unlucky not to have scored the shot.
Well, I thought it would actually... Well, did it stay in?
I think there's some rubber chips in the ditch, so it must have just rolled just enough out.
So we're going to come back again for the penultimate end. And back again as a 3-point lead.
You almost scored off it. Only just went out. If I might.
It's been interesting to have that the player mics, isn't it, Dave? That insight into sort of what goes on.
I just remember that it is 5:15 cut-off time.
Yeah, they've got 15 minutes or 14 minutes more, so they will be finished. I mean, all they need to do is finish this end and they get the next send in, so you're fine. So when the bell goes, you play...
No more kills.
Stop it. When the bell goes, you play your end out. What a great shot that is there from Jeff Cole. It's been such a good game of bowls to watch this. Drawing a little picture for him with his liquid chalk. And Dave Budge on his forehand. Looking just to match that bowl at 6 o'clock. It's down to the weight here from Dave Budge. How's the weight? That's a lovely bowl, but unlucky really. And that's set up another kill, Dave, because it's touching the bowl, so it doesn't need much for the jack to disappear. And I think Jeff Cole will be called on his backhand now, which is to the right as we see it. Yeah. It's the expected decision. Remembering Hikarangi trailing by 3 points. So need to score. Probably, I mean, a 2 here would be nice, but they'll be happy with any scoring on this end because that means they're just 2 down on the final end, and anything can happen on the final end, and to be only 2 down's about right. Jeff Cole, that's an okay bowl. He's past the head.
Yep. What me?
Dave Budge switching to the back end. Sit down. Oh, dearie me. 3 good bowls, and he's unlocked that bowl from the jack.
onto yours. It's all right. You're coming through with it.
Jeff Cole asked to play. Has been asked to play with weight here. That's a proactive bowl. Maybe it could be just his delivery. We'll just wait and see. Yeah, just his delivery. On the forehand side. If it stops, it's good. Yeah, very good bowl. Keanu Darby on the backhand. Leading by 3 on the card. Willing it on. That's a good bowl from Keanu. So they now have, Northeast Valley's got second, third, fourth and fifth shot. But they don't have the shot yet.
Well, here's Keanu. Darby's just got the pom-pom hat on. And it's been fairly chilly weather around the venue.
Very comfortable pom-pom hat, isn't it? It looks like it's sort of, it looks comfortable.
But in the meantime, Sam Nelson.
He's played some very good bowls in this game, Sam.
You reckon I'd trying to get deeper, or?
Probably wouldn't hurt to have one here. Yeah, good ball.
That's a very good shot there from Keanu. That's because that's where the jack is going. If the ball is tapped.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. No, I can just play through.
Thank you, flat through the hole.
Yeah.
Sweet as.
Yeah, so this is good from Keanu because he's covered where the jack's going, which is to the bottom right.
Well, there's a
If
lot
the
of walking
ball doesn't
around.
go through the gap clean.
There's a lot of walking around, watching and looking.
I think we're going to see a really clever bowl here from Keanu. There's the bowl's not touching the jack, so it's possible in theory to get the bowl out without moving the jack. But if it is moved, it's moving in the direction of the Northeast Valley bowls. So he was clever with the second one to put one right past the head. He's going to just pick a nice weight here and give himself every chance. He just needs to connect with the shot bowl. And it doesn't matter where he hits it. Just needs to connect with the shot bowl here. Keanu Darby, I don't think he's quite got the...
Too much turn coming in
now.
Turn
too much. Beautiful effort.
Too much. So at the moment, what have we got on the points? If it stayed like this,
it would be 10-12 on the last end. Sam will be trying to add a second shot to make it 11-12. Although to do that on the forehand is a challenge.
Well, the mat got thrown, kicked a couple of times.
He might have done it on the forehand, though. Goodness gracious, that would have been amazing if he had made that a 2. That's unbelievable.
So that is, at the moment, just the...
That's the one to Hikarangi, so it's now 10-12, and this is the last end.
Don't speak too soon.
Well, it's technically the last end, but it can be replayed. It can be replayed.
We still have enough time for one more end.
Oh, dear. So, here
Someone's got the bell in their hand, ready to ring.
Jeff Cole delivering the jack. 2 down his team is. He's played very well this game, Jeff. He's got, probably this is his last 3 bowls of this match to be played.
And the Hikarangi team there in the background on their red and black. As we wait for this bowl to finish up, quite deep, possibly deeper than what he wanted. It's Jeff Cole.
Just cleaning his bowl in the background.
Now, in theory, they have how many more matches tomorrow? 2 more?
Two of section
more.
play.
And then potentially a quarterfinals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whew.
And then
a lot of bowls.
A couple more games on the next day as well. So it's a lot of bowls that happens. Look at that, the Hikarangi team gathered behind. If you are tuning in again, thank you very much for tuning into this live broadcast from the Naenae Bowling Club of the National Interclub Sevens. We've enjoyed having you here, and remember there's more tomorrow.
Oh, this is a better second bowl though.
It is.
Probably 1 o'clock. And just, gee, you could say it's 1.5 foot, if that, away. It'd be an easy putt if you're at the Masters to get that one.
Dave looking for his correction on the backhand. Those bowls, they just sort of, there we are, it's coming back in. That's a nice correction. So as I was saying, if you have tuned in today, please tune in tomorrow. Just go to the Bowls New Zealand. I mean, the best place is just to come back here. Go to the YouTube channel, the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. That's where it will be. If it's not there, it's on the website and Facebook. But just YouTube channel is your best call, and thank you for joining us today. As we see Jeff Cole look to put another bowl close to the jack. He's played very well in this game. And here, I mean, as last bowls go, it's okay. It is okay. It's a shot. Nicely played. And Dave just unable to get back into the head. So I think it looks like the 12 o'clock and the 6 o'clock bowl are both counting for Hikarangi. The camera angle may be deceiving. It may be that the blue bowl of
It beats the back one.
F Budges, yeah, it beats the back one, he says. So they're only one down. So Hikarangi crossing over, holding one.
How's our timing?
I think it's good. So the bell will go. So this should be the last end, but it can be replayed.
And all the results, if you want to have a look, well, they are all published at the moment. You can go to the Bowls New Zealand website for that and continue on from there. This is the only result which obviously hasn't been finalised, but everything else has as well. So these gentlemen wanted to just stay out there and get all the attention themselves. Well, they've done that.
About 500 people tuning in to watch too.
And a few kills along the way. 4 of them, or was it 5? 4 of them, that's it.
6, 5, 4.
Yeah, a lot of kills. It's been some very close bowls, as you can tell there from the scorecard as we play out the 18th. And at the moment, Alex Reid, we're looking at, well, who has this points? And
So I heard Keanu say that the blue bowl at 3 o'clock beats the green bowl at 6 o'clock. So I believe that Hikarangi is holding 1, which wouldn't be quite enough. That's great.
oh, well done.
Well done, broadcast team. Kill count 5. Well done. But I think Hikarangi holding 1, and now they're not holding anything. That's brilliant there from Keanu Darby. And
It's going to hold and stay. Is it going to fall in?
Well, Hikarangi want to score a 2 here, and it's really hard to kill because you've got short bowls on the centre line. I don't know how you score a 2.
Well, the rest of the team aren't showing much emotion either.
Yeah, I think that's a great bowl. I don't know how you score a 2. Is he just going to try and find a way to kill it? Is that the plan?
Did you mention kill again?
Make it 6. Oh, I don't know how you score a 2. Maybe trying to trail it back. Yeah, fair call. That's how you score a 2. Try and trail the jack back.
It's
gonna
going to
be worth
work.
one.
Not quite.
Just passing through. And there we have it.
And that is it. It looks as though, well, it is. And Alex, it is a Northeast Valley victory in the end. It is 12-10, and we'll just check on that score. But in the meantime, it is Northeast Valley that take the overall win after winning the singles. And there was a draw there in the fours. And in the pairs, a very close pairs with, well, 5 kills along the way. And that is it from Alex Reid and I. We'll have a look at some of the replays before we come back 11:30 tomorrow morning.